It is so freaking hot, I can't even tell you. It's 113 degrees outside, and it's probably in the 90s up here. With the AC on, I got a fan blowing, I got an ice pack down my shirt, but I'm going Hawaiian, baby. Welcome, my friends, to the final day of ErinCon. This is ErinCon Day 3. What an epic journey it's been, and we're not done yet. And, of course, my dog starts barking the second I go live. It's a beautiful thing. Oh my goodness! Did I say it was hot? Because it is freaking hot. I didn't get to sleep last night till after 3 o'clock. So it was so freaking hot I couldn't get to sleep. Okay, feel sorry for me some more. Yeah, there you go. Thank you. Let's see who's here. Let's see who's here. Excuse me, I just burped. Let's see who's joined us for Erin. Day 3. Shall we? Let's see. Well. Leg kick is here. So ErinCon every Sunday is what you're saying. Well, we have Erin Live every Sunday, which is not exactly ErinCon, but it's, has some similarities to it. Johnny Fitz is here, and it's a good thing that Johnny's here because we're doing the anatomy tutorial right off the bat. So stay tuned for that exciting foray into drawing. God loves, man kills, Erin draws. So says Chris Claremont and the X-Men. Well, Bill, I don't necessarily recommend spending more time with me than your family, but I do appreciate the fact that you've managed to hang in there as long as you have for as many days as you have. But it's been an epic journey with a lot of great information and fun times, so I'm glad that you've joined us again. It looks like the usual band of villains is here. Well, sorry. Does the running man. Okay. Mark Kessler's here. Angelo is here. Angelo, have you been here for the other 2 days? Well, he's here now. So good. Ken Carson managed to get in at the beginning of the show. Thanks, Ken. 96 degrees in Alabama. What I would give for 96 degrees. It's really true. Let's see. Christy Misty Puckett. Hi, Erin. Hey, Christy. Thanks for joining us. You might be onto something there. I've never really thought about that, but do I have mutant abilities that allow me to draw? Interesting. Aaron Louvier, I love saying that, is here. Eric Boyd is digging my shirt, and I appreciate it, Eric. This is my more recent. I don't know if I got this when we went to Hawaii. I think we did, actually. Shelley and I got matching Hawaiian shirts when we went to Hawaii to do the con there, or the comic book show. It wasn't really a con, but I wanted to turn off all the lights in the studio, but then it would have been like creepy ErinCon, and it would have been cooler. But like I said, I got the fan going, I got an ice pack down my back right now. So, and I think you can see me well enough. I look red, but that's because I am red. I am. If I was a shellfish, I'd be ready to be eaten right now. It is so hot. But I remember when I worked commercial art, the guy that ran the studio here in Portland was originally from Atlanta, and he was telling me stories of how they had to, back in the day when he was in the art studio, that in Atlanta, that they had no AC. And so you can imagine, he was just saying they were just dripping sweat on, the pieces they were drawing. So it's not going to be that, it's not that disgusting. Hopefully it won't get that disgusting. I do have my water. Refreshing. So there may be some people that are just probably not, but let's just pretend there's a few people that are saying, what is Erin? Well, it's a virtual con, really. It's my bringing to you a con experience from my very own studio. I have my table set up behind me. I have junk for sale. I mean, I have high quality art products for sale. And I have a commission list that's already full, so sorry for those of you who missed out this time, but we'll be working on those. I'll have a little bit of a tutorial, like if you went to a con and said, oh, Aaron's got a panel, he's going to talk about anatomy. Well, we're going to get that today. David Williams is going to drop in about 5:30 Pacific time, and then we'll just go until either one of us passes out, and that's the end of the show, or the end of the weekend con. So let's get rolling here. Let's take a look. Can you all hear my dog barking? Boy, I've never heard that before. Let's, as I turn this camera here onto the table and allow me to show you my wares. Oh, there's some wares right there. And remember, handling is always free. We have prints for sale. These prints are $15 a piece, $5 shipping. Now, I can get 3 prints into a single tube, so you can buy up to 3 prints with just $5 shipping. Once we go beyond 3, then we start with the $5 shipping again. It's just how it works. It's math and science all rolled into one. And you're saying, Aaron, how can I order? Well, you can order by going to PayPal and sending me money at aaron@aaronlopresti.com. And when you send me money, you're supposed to send me the correct amount of money depending on what you're buying. You need to tell me what you're buying, and then you need to give me your address. All that needs to be in that PayPal message box and information there, so that I know what you're buying and I know where to send it. So let's take a look at some of the stuff that you can buy. We have Warrior in Repose. That's a nice little print there. The Warrior Nouveau, which is also a nice little print. Oh, look over here, Captain's Quarry. That's Captain America and his gallery of villains, and that's also a nice little print. Well, they're not really. I mean, it's not little. It's 11 by 17. I would describe that as a healthy size print. They're all on 100-pound silk cover stock, which is a nice grade of paper. I'm actually just stalling so I can zoom in a little bit. What the heck just happened? Okay. So yeah, and then over next to him is Girl Power, which is a classic. And I say classic because I've actually sold out of this thing multiple times. And so I have like an open edition now that's available. Down there we have Little Jaws poster. I also have one. I sold one yesterday, but there's one more 24 by 36 big size Jaws poster. That one is 11 by 17. That's $15. The large one is $40. There's Coral Princess, not to be confused with the Little Mermaid. Star Wars Princesses, not to be confused with the Star Wars Princesses. Well, actually, you should be confused with the Star Wars Princesses because that's what they are. There's Rosie the Riveteer, at least my version. We Can Do It, 1942 homage. And then, of course, the always unpopular Supergirl 1946. It's like totally covered up now, but let me move the old books away for a second. So it says San Diego, 1946. Lana Turner as Supergirl in a 1946 swimsuit. It just happens to be colored like Supergirl's outfit. Okay, so what else we got? We have got, and those are all those prints I just showed you, $15 a piece, $5 shipping up to 3. Once you go over 3, it's another $5 for shipping. It just kind of works that way. We have Raw Imagination, 20 years of sketches. That's a limited edition sketchbook. It's $25, but you can get one with the head sketch on the inside for an additional $20. So then you're looking at $45 plus $5 shipping for this baby. Now, I don't ship the books or the prints together because the prints come out in the mailing tube. This goes out in a book box. So shipping is separate on these two. I can't combine shipping. I apologize. But if you'd like a sketch on the inside, it goes right there next to Conan the Barbarian. See, he's pointing with his sword right at that blank page, which I can fill up with a headshot of your favorite character for an additional $20. So that's $25 signed and numbered, or you can get a sketch inside for an additional $20, which makes it $45 plus $5 shipping. How about that? I've got a couple of these babies left. This is my Justice League Galaxy of Terrors trade paperback. That's full of stuff by me and some other people. This retails for 17 bucks. I'm offering it to you for 10. That comes signed, of course. Of course, we have the James Bond variant cover. I have these available for $10 signed. I got Project Patron here, which is a variant cover for the Aftershock comic that Steve Orlando put together over there. And you can have those for $5 a piece signed. I would recommend that if you're getting comics, don't just get one comic because you'll end up paying another $5 in shipping just for the comic. So, get a couple of things, throw a comic in there, and it makes the shipping feel a little bit more palatable, shall we say. I also have this Spider-Man print available, which is not up, but there it is. It's called Amazing. This is 11 by 17. This is also $15 plus $5 shipping. Right? I might throw something else in there. Let me throw you, not a curve necessarily. Excuse me while I walk in front of the camera. I do have one of these left. Generation Shattered, where I did like a 3-page segment in here. How much is this? It goes for 10 bucks. Yeah, I'll let you have it for 5 signed. I've only got one of those, so if you want to interact fast, excuse me, walking in front of the camera yet again. So disrespectful. Oh, wait a minute, I lied. I have 2 of these. There's another one right there. Those are 5 bucks. Signed. And again, like I said, you're going to be paying $5 shipping. So you better get more than just one comic. That wouldn't make much sense. I'm trying to be a practical buyer for you. Now, you may remember these, and I'll show these up in just a second here, that we did have a art sale, and most of the art is gone. However, I do have a couple pieces left. Doom is gone. Oops, sorry. There he is. Dr. Doom has been sold. Big Barda. Right there has been, there she is. She's been sold. Mary Marvel, of course, has been sold. However, Ms. Marvel 1970s version is still available at $200, as is Wrightson's Frankenstein sketch is at $200. Is still available. I will throw those up on screen. Oh, I've got this dude too. Peace from Wizards is $100 if you want that. He's still sitting around here. Most of these good ones have all sold in these rough sketches. Okay. I have a ton of original art for sale, and what you'll find is that the best way, this isn't for sale, however, this is my Shield cover for Shield #1. We'll get to that in a minute. But I have a bunch of art for sale. Most of the newer stuff is listed on Comic Art Fans Gallery, and I believe there's a link. Probably not on this video, but I'll put one on as soon as it posts afterwards. But all my other Aaron Con videos, they have links to my Comic Art Fans Gallery and to my website that has all my art for sale. So if you're interested in any art, original art, comic art, that's the place to look for the scans and the prices. And then you can contact me outside the show to put a deal together there for that stuff. All right. Whoa, let me, don't barf. Let me switch cameras here for a moment and come back to me and my Hawaiian shirt. There I am. Rodney wants to know, can we combine shipping with a sketchbook? Yes, you can. So if you bought a sketchbook like Rodney did, and he says, you know what, I want one of those comics too, I can just put it in with the book and there's no problem. What I'm saying is I can't combine the prints with the books or the comics because they're shipped in different packages and there's very little I can do about that. And if you actually bought some artwork, I could actually probably combine the artwork and the book, although no, actually that wouldn't be a good idea because I ship the books media mail, so that's why it's so cheap, $5, whereas the original art would be shipped priority. And if I ship that book, which weighs 1.5 pounds, it's going to cost you more money to ship them both together as a priority package than it would to ship one as a priority and the other one as a media mail. So you can combine books and comics. You can combine art and comics. But you can't combine prints and books or you can't combine prints with anything except prints. Am I confusing myself? Because I am confusing myself. I hope that's not as confusing. I get motion sickness. Yeah, so do I. Winston has dropped in a little bit. He's just like, good morning, Aaron, here in Singapore. Well, it's good afternoon here, and it's hotter than blazes. How about that? Jeff Potts is about to go get dinner. Good morning from Singapore while Jeff's going to go get dinner. Did I ever find any extra Looney Tunes comics? I don't think I have any left. That's not necessarily true, though. Shelley was organizing my comics and just could not get it done before the show started. So if you really, really, really want one, Hyper Potato, just contact me after the show, and I'll see if I can dig one up. Aaron Lepresti, what did you think of the Cochran piece? I messaged you. I thought it was pretty cool, actually. Leg Kick is talking about a Creature from the Black Lagoon piece that Dave Cockrum did. I guess it was a commission or something that it was a commission, so that's why I hadn't seen it before, and probably most of you had not seen it either. I probably should post it on my Facebook page so you guys can check it out because it's kind of cool. Dave is no longer with us. Now, I didn't know Dave, but I certainly was a fan of his growing up, as many of us were. So, okay. So let's go and take a look right now at this. There it is. This is an important day because this is the last day that you can get this print. Let me eliminate the banner here so you can actually see the entire thing. Okay. This is 14 1/4 by 18 1/2. So it's almost the size, the actual size of the double page spread. This is a limited edition print. This is a commission that I did for Jason Mazar in Australia, and he was kind enough to allow me to reproduce it and sell it as a print because I knew there was some people that were contacting me through Facebook that, oh my gosh, I'd love to print of this. Well, now's your chance. I am only selling these this weekend. They are print to order. So in other words, if I get 20 orders for this weekend, that's the print run, 20. And there will be no more. This will be incredibly rare. So if you want it, get it today before midnight. How do you get it? Well, let me tell you, we'll go back to this scroll. You go to PayPal. You send me $30. That's $25 for the print and $5 for shipping. So $30 total gets you one of these babies. And that's all you have to do is go to PayPal, say, send me the $30, say, Aaron, I want a Justice League print, and make sure your address is on there, and you will get one. He's go to the printer on Monday. It's supposed to have them back later that week. I was kind of surprised he turned around that quick, but maybe they're slow right now. So that's the deal. So we could end up with a print run of 10 of these. I haven't checked the numbers on how many orders have come in, but there's a few, but not a ton. So this is going to be a very small, limited print run. So you really want to get one of these, I think, if you're a Justice League, especially if you're a Justice League fan, because you'll never see this art anywhere else. It's a commission for a guy. It's going to be hanging on his wall, but you can get a print of it, and that's how you do it. So take advantage of that. Today is, again, the last day that you can do that. Good evening, sir. Hope all is well. Good evening. He must be on the East Coast. So thank you, Stephen, for joining us. All is well, except it's incredibly hot. TC, I got nothing with Hulk on it. If you want something with, I got some Meek pages and things like that, but nothing with the Hulk on it. They are long gone. Okay, so that's our limited edition print that is available at AaronCon only. So like I said, order before midnight tonight, and that's not a joke. So now, before we get to the tutorial, let's do one more thing that I like to call What indeed? What is Aaron working on? Well, Aaron's working on this. This should be coming out this month. You guys don't want to miss out on this. This is the Shield #1. This is my variant cover for it. This was Rob Liefeld's series, and I think he quit. But it's still going on, and he did most of the art, I believe, already for it. So it's just a matter of the writer coming in and finishing up the script or something, or the dialogue or something. I don't know. But anyway, that's neither here nor there, because all I contributed to was the first cover, and there it is. So make sure you pick that up. It's one of the best covers I've ever done in my life. I pencil lengthed it. I colored it. I am quite pleased with it. Please make an effort to get to your comic shop and get one of those this month. This, of course, is the big mystery book that I can't give you any information about, other than it's a Swedish book. It's a sci-fi anthology. It's black and white. That's the cover. I don't know what the name of the magazine is, and I don't know when it's coming out. But I did do an 8-page story in there that is the first appearance of this character and his story arc, which is actually kind of interesting. I thought it turned out really, really well. I was very pleased with myself for an 8-page story. I thought the concept actually was pretty decent. So that'll be coming out at some point. I don't think it's digital only. It might be, but I don't know. So as soon as I know, you'll know. But anyway, keep that in the back of your minds so that when it does show up, you'll go, oh yeah, that's the thing Aaron showed us. Okay, what else? Okay, well, how about this? This is my alternate cover which I penciled, inked, and colored for, it's a variant, I guess, not an alternate, but I guess it's the same thing. Anyway, for Eric Nilotowski's Indiegogo product book called Shadow Sentry. And I believe that he has a pre-order page up right now, preview page up right now. So you want to go check that out. Shadow Sentry #2, I believe. And that's my variant for it. Good versus evil, I guess. So I guess the naughty schoolgirl is evil, and the girl in white, of course, is angelically wholesome. So they're fighting, and that's about all I know about it. I also did a variant cover for Graham Nolan's Alien Alamo, which is currently available in demand on Indiegogo. So his store is still open, and I guess he said he was going to keep the store open until he finishes the product. I don't know how quickly he's going to be done with it, as it is I believe he told me, a 64-page graphic novel. So it's a hefty piece of work, but I know he's working on it diligently, and it'll be out as soon as possible. But that's my variant cover, and if you want to get one of those, you can go to his Indiegogo site and order that as well. Now I got some big news. Garbage Man, the trade paperback, is finally coming out this year. It'll be out in November, courtesy of Dark Horse Comics. This is a collection of all my stuff, all my Garbage Man stuff that I did at DC 10 years ago. And it's some of the best work I've ever done in my life. Quite proud of it. And the interesting thing about it is there's more than meets the eye, because Batman appeared in this story. I can't use Batman because, well, frankly, I don't own him. DC does. So I had to remove Batman from the story, and I added 3 of my own characters in there, a super team, and it's their first appearance. So you actually have new material in this book that takes the place of the old material. And it's actually 20 pages, 20 different pages have new art on it. Some are complete pages, some are just a couple panels here and there, because I had to replace Batman with these new characters, which then, of course, changed the dialogue and all that other kind of stuff. So this, not only is it a complete package in that it collects for the first time all the Garbage Man stories I did for DC, it also has the first appearance of a super team. So this is really going to mark the launch of the Loprestiverse. You say, what's the Loprestiverse? Well, here we go. People have been bugging me for quite some time. Well, I shouldn't say bugging me. I should say anxiously asking me, Aaron, are you ever going to crowdfund a book? Are you ever going to, go solo? Yeah, I am. And I'm starting it off with Wraith of God, which I'll put together a video starting this week. This is the cover, of course. I have Terry Dodson working on a variant cover for me, and I'll be actually doing another variant cover. And this is going to be under my Empire Comics line. You can see the little logo up there in the corner. And this marks the debut of the Loprestiverse. And you're saying, well, how does a Western tie in with Garbage Man? Well, wouldn't you like to know? Well, you'll find out. Actually, you're not going to find out in this comic, but it does tie in. And so everything I do is going to be tied into a connected universe, and you can be a part of it by jumping onto this project when it comes out and helping me push it across the finish line and get it out and get it in your hands. And I promise you, it's going to be well worth the read and the time and the effort. I've been working on it for a long time, the script. I think it's really good, and I'm excited to get drawing on it. So I've got a couple pages done, but it's a 72-page graphic novel, so it'll take a little bit of work. And Shelley's lurking around back there, just turned on another fan, so we're getting stereo fans to help cool this rather ovenous room that I'm in right now. So anyway, keep your eyes open for that. Of course, I'll be talking about this all the time on air and live as the launch page gets ready to go. And of course, I'll be featuring it on all my social media sites as well. I did pencil, ink, and color this, so I'm just quite thrilled. So anyway, there's that. Okay. Let's catch up on comments here and get to our little tutorial on anatomy.
It's epic, Lopresti.
I don't know what that means.
It's only 109 right now outside.
But outside,
mm-hmm.
It's only 100 in here.
Well, they say like your AC,
mm-hmm.
its job is really only to cool your house like 10 degrees.
Okay, so it's 99 degrees.
Yeah.
Okay. Reading
That's
with
why I can't keep up.
Steve Leitman says, reading with a flight ring, would love to help you out any way I can.
Aw.
I don't know what that means, but thank you. I know it'd help you out any way I can, but I'm not sure how that ties into the flight ring. There's Shelley creeping around back there. Okay.
Creeping? I didn't know if you needed help.
No, that's good. I always need help. I love this. It would be funny if he kept almost similar characters, but they made the names like totally not Batman. I think that's an excellent idea. Unfortunately, I've already changed the character, so I can't use it.
What is it? Marsupial? No, wait, that's not what they are. They're
no. Well, the tick had the defleeter mouse, which is German for Batman.
Nice.
So there you go. David Galler said Shield comes out next week, so there you have it. Your midnight or our midnight? It's everything's about me, Rodney. The universe revolves around this show. Leg Kick says that's a great piece, and I appreciate it. Leg Crick. Leg Kick.
You got the heat's gonna get us today. I'm a little nauseous already.
I'm lightheaded. I didn't get to sleep till 3, and I got up at 7:30 because my dog's like, feed me, and so I just got 4 hours sleep last night. So I am just like, bleh. Bring on the White Claw.
It's early.
There's another plug for Eric Nilotowski because like I said, I did the variant for him.
Oh.
We need a superhero that is sentient rock. Maybe I have one. You just don't know. You have to wait and see. Thanks, Shelley. That explains a lot. Hi, Shelley. Thanks, Shelley. That explains a lot.
Hi.
We'll be on the ground floor of the Lopresti verse. Hope there are crossovers with Shelley verse and sweet potato pie. That there's there. I'm not saying that's impossible, but you know.
So funny.
Yeah. No. Here we go. That's great. No sleep. It's like a real con.
Exactly.
Boy, I feel like I've been at a real con.
Except I'm not laying by the pool.
That's
right.
Shopping. We might be laying in a pool here in a minute of our own sweat if we're not careful.
Puddle.
79 degrees here in Albuquerque. Seriously,
I think
New Mexico is cooler than Oregon right now.
Bizarro world right now. It's gonna get up to...
Aaron Louvier said he just put it in order.
Ooh.
Probably for the limited edition print. Aaron
Louvier.
Louvier.
Well, it'll only get to 111 today, I think.
I'm going to start at Indiegogo, and I'm going to move to a Kickstarter as well. I'm covering both bases. It doesn't seem to me, I learned this lesson from Billy Tucci. It's like, why, if you have a Walmart shopper and you have a Safeway shopper, why wouldn't you try to get to both of them? And that's what I'm going to do. But it'll open on Indiegogo. Oh, I see. It's your comics reviews website. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I'm going to go like crazy to get as much promotion as I can everywhere I can. So anybody that has sites that does promotion or anything like that, you know, let me know. I'll be glad to come on for an interview or do anything that I need to do to promote the projects.
Yeah, got it.
Okay, Aaron, your order has been, I'm sorry, is it Aaron? Yeah, Aaron. How could I forget that? Yeah, Shelley's got your order. You are good to go. Oh, let me show these really quick again, the scans. I did this just a few minutes ago, but it's much better when you see the scan. Okay, Big Bart is gone. Mary Marvel's gone, but Ms. Marvel is still available at $200. That's full color 1970s hairstyle action, so you might want to consider getting that. That's 9 by 12. $200 plus $10 shipping. If you'd like that, all you do is type in the comment section, sold Ms. Marvel, and it's yours. Then, well, you got to pay for it too. Then I have this. I have the Daredevil is gone to our friends in France, but Man-Thing, giant-sized Man-Thing, and you get a giant-sized Man-Thing, you get free handling, Shelley, with the giant-sized Man-Thing.
That's what I hear.
And that's $250. It's 11 by 14, and it's actually quite good. I know there's not a ton of Man-Thing fans out there, but just as a piece of art, that's really good. So that's still available. And Iron Man, White Knight. Let me try that again. Moon Knight. I like to call him Moon Knight because that's how Bugs Bunny always pronounced night with a K in front of it, was Knight. So that's what I do. Of course, I know it's Moon Knight, but we're calling him Moon Knight. He's sold. That's our way. He's sold, but Iron Man isn't. Iron Man feels bad. He's like, well, why does he sold and I'm not? This is classic Iron Man. This is Gene Colan armor from Iron Man #1, 1968, so you don't want to miss out on that. So Iron Man's available, Man-Thing's available, Ms. Marvel is available, and Frankenstein, Wrightson's version of Frankenstein, my version of Wrightson's version of Frankenstein.
Homage.
Is 9 by 12 is $200, and Dr. Doom, of course, is gone. Off to Latveria, so you can't get him, but you can get Frankenstein. So let's recap: Frankenstein for $200, Iron Man for $250, Man-Thing for $250, Ms. Marvel for $200. That's what's still available if you're interested in some original art by a guy like me. So there you have it. Skittle Pride Night. Now, there, I appreciate that. Man-Thing is super cool, even at Christmas. I agree. I agree. Oh, Ronald Hillman, he says Man-Thing is sold.
Boom.
Ronald Hillman is taking Man-Thing. There you go. That was a nice call. Thank you, Ronald. Metal Movies and Brewskis. Nice. I responded to a question earlier.
Oh, that's $15 shipping on that one.
Yeah, it's $15 shipping because it's 11 by 14, so it's bigger. So yeah, so it's what did I say, $250 plus 15, $265 total. You go to Aaron LaPresti, you go to PayPal, aaron@aaronlapresti.com. Send me the money, say what it's for, and make sure your address is on there, and we're all good.
It'll show Cold Crocodile Press, and that is him.
Stephen Ing says I saw Garbage Man covered in Heidi McDonald's The Beat. I got I got Dark Horse sent me actually that link, but thank you, Stephen. That's good that we're getting a little bit of press, and I'm going to be pumping that up as well, so we get some orders on that book. I thought Kickstarter had a policy that projects would be rejected if they didn't debut there. Was that changed, or was I told wrong? Most I see do Kickstarters first and have in demand store on IGG. Well, I was talking to Billy about that, and he does it the other way, and he's more successful than I am. So I'll look into it further before I actually launch to make sure I know what I'm talking about. But yeah, there you go. Frankenstein's monster is posing like a Calvin Klein model. Well, in the realm of zombie ghoulishness, he is kind of a
like Marky Mark.
Yeah, exactly. All right, there we go. So it's time to switch cameras and begin our lesson. Thank you for joining me on this panel today. My name is Aaron LaPresti. I am a comic book artist of probably 30 years, more or less. That's my pants and my leg and my keyboard. And this is my drawing pad. And we're going to take a look at, to help our dear friend Johnny Fitz with some anatomy. Now, here's the thing. Let me make this perfectly clear that my words of wisdom are not a secret formula for suddenly, oh yeah, I'm going to be brilliant. takes hours and 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 years of practice and everything else to go along with it. But these are hopefully some helpful hints that you guys will be able to, if you're an artist out there, that you'll be able to incorporate into your work. So I'm sharpening a pencil the old-fashioned way.
It makes really sharp points that way.
It does. That's why you sharpen it.
Cam.
Gam
Yeah.
Cam. The Gam
Yes.
Cam has returned. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome. Man Thing will go great with the Morbius you did for me. Oh, cool. You got that Morbius.
Nice.
That was very popular on social media, so I'm glad you got it. Okay, so let's take a look at the head first, if we can. This is pretty basic stuff, and you'll find this in just about any art book. But you make an egg shape. You draw a line, but not a straight line, kind of a curved line to follow the curve. Boy, you can't even see that, can you?
Got to turn the...
You might hit the overhead lights.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can hit that, and that'll... no, that's too hot now.
I got you.
Right there. Okay, it's a little grainy because there's no light in here right now, but that's the only way I can keep the reflection from going nuts.
Hold on.
Go up. Fire in the hole. Still too hot up here. There. Hit. Nope.
Oh, with it.
I think if you turn it the other way, that way it's better. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
All right. And when I get to, oh, no, I can't even see it. Okay, so you want this curve to kind of, this is an oval shape like an egg, okay? It's not a flat surface. So we want kind of about halfway up. You're going to want a curved line like that to indicate where your eyes are going to be. This, of course, is the middle of the face, a line down like that, right? Your eyes, okay, will go on this line more or less. Now, the rule of thumb is, and again, this changes depending on what you want your character to look like, but your eyes should be about an eyeball length apart, okay? So you go like that, and then you should have an eye length width here and here. Now, again, that changes depending on, you know, how exaggerated you want the character to get, right? So your nose, again, is an eye length here, an eye length here, more or less like that, okay? And your nose, you can indicate, you know, it's going to be the shape that you want to make it. There's a million different noses, right? Okay, so I'm going to use my eyes here. Erase these extra eyes I just threw in there. Right? And let me make perfectly clear. If you can, this is the most important thing. Get your face so it's right, and it'll sell everything else. Okay? It's angry me. Cheekbones are going to be just coming down off the sides, off the eye. And again, how you delineate those are up to you. Your jawline probably should break about right here at the corners of the mouth. All right? So this will usually come in a little bit. And again, this is not a fast rule. This jawline could actually come out if you want the guy to have a really wide jaw. Again, you're playing with the anatomy, but learn it first before you start screwing around with it. Again, they always say, like, you have an eye length here, 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 and here. All right, so you're basically using your eyeballs up here as measuring sticks for everything else on the face. Okay? Ears, tip of your ear is going to be somewhere up there, the top of your eye, extending down to your nostril here. But again, if you want something with really big ears that stick out or whatever, or small ears, you can make those changes. But again, these are the rules of thumb that we're following. And so your hairline is going to be anywhere you want to put it. You know, is this guy bald? Does he have is he like me? Does he have nice flowing hair like I used to have? Okay. And that's pretty much basically how to construct a face in 5 minutes or less. remember, this gets tricky when you start doing 3/4 shot, right? So let's remember that that's your skull where your brain sets. This is a side view, right? So we're going to make shapes basically like this to give ourselves a starting point for a face. Now remember, when you're doing a side view, those eyes are, you're only seeing half the eye, right? So look at the shape. Here's the shape of the eye, right? Normally. Okay, so I'm looking at a side view. I'm going to see half of that, right? So I'm going to see that shape right there. Okay, and now that could take on, you know, that could be curved, it could be flat, it could be whatever, but the idea is we're seeing only half the eye. So you want to make sure you don't draw a full eye like this. You want to draw half of it, which is that little triangle shape, basically, right? The bridge of your nose, generally your brow will come out a little bit. The bridge of your nose is going to hit right about the middle of that eye. But again, that changes depending on, does this person have a really big nose, a really small nose, however you want, you know, to make adjustments. And the lips will come out a little bit, but not as far as the nose. And the chin will stick out probably about as far as the lower lip. And again, that changes depending on how you want your character to look, right? So then you create a profile like that. So what are we really looking at here? We're looking at a triangle for the eyes, a triangle for the nose, right? And the way to test this stuff really is look at real people. You can go on the internet and look at pictures of models, of actors, whatever, and practice. What I used to do was I would go and find a picture of an actor, say Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones, something that would be interesting for me to draw, Dracula, whatever, right? Beautiful actress or something. And then I would just, you know, break their face down like this and then draw them. And that's how I practice and do one of those every single night. I mean, every night. It should be like, if you're working out, that this is part of your workout, okay? Now this gets really complicated as you start to turn the shape of this head, right? For example, here's my cranium again, but now I'm doing a 3/4, right? So the face is here. So now you're talking about perspective and foreshortening. You know, do we see a little bit underneath the nose? Do we see? So, and then you start moving this thing around. And this is where it gets really, really complicated. And it's, I mean, you're not just going to say, oh, Aaron, that looks great, and go do it. Okay. I mean, you have to practice this. You have to look at people and what they look like. Use yourself. Get a mirror and look, you know, move your head around and take a look at how it looks differently from different angles, right? But remember, this is always basic shapes that you're breaking down and turning into a head or a face, right? From different angles. What you're trying to do is capture you're taking a two-dimensional surface and trying to create a three-dimensional shape on it, or the illusion of a three-dimensional shape on it. So this perspective works with the anatomy just like it does with buildings or anything else. Okay, and I'm not going to give you this perspective course, and I can't get into this too deeply right here, but I do have grand designs to do in-depth tutorials, videos on this type of thing. And hopefully I'll get to that before I die of old age. But anyway, it's the same thing. You know, if you go from behind a character, we know that this is the back of his head, right? And so this is going to be his ear sticking out, right? And so we're barely going to get a side view of that face. Right? Now, yeah, look how quick Aaron did that. Yeah, because I've been doing this for like my entire life. And I'm, you know, well, I'm in my 50s, I'll tell you that. And so that's a lot of years and a lot of drawing and a lot of looking at reference, not only in anatomy books, but people. You know, what do people look like? And like I said, if you don't have anybody that can model for you, use yourself. That you get yourself a hand mirror and be amazed at what you can look at and different angles you can get on your own face and capture them and draw them, okay? So the face is the most important thing. This is what's going to sell your product. If you look at, like, take a look at, say, somebody like Adam Hughes, right? You take a look at somebody like me. Take, for example, specific example, that Zatanna I did yesterday. If you look from the waist down of that character, cut off the top image, right? And you look at those legs and you say, you wouldn't be able to tell, is that Aaron? Is that Adam Hughes? Did Terry Dotson draw that? Did somebody else draw that? It's hard to say. You go look at the face and it gives it away immediately. So really, Adam does, in my opinion, does better faces than I do, okay? Terry does different types of faces than I do. I hesitate. Terry and I are good friends. I hate ever to say that he's better than me. So I'll say that he's different than I am. But you can recognize a lot of times stylistically who did the faces by, you know, the just little quirks that they bring to their own style, and how well they do those faces is what's going to sell those figures. You know, that's why Adam Hughes, his face is so much better than mine, even though the figure work may be relatively the same. You know, this is so important. Don't neglect it. Okay, next. You know, I'm right in the middle of a tutorial, and the fact that I have to stop and do this is really saddens me. Jeff gets the first one of the day. What a shock. Can I draw a Roman nose? I can draw any kind of nose I want. I'm not trying. You guys are all, hey, it looks like this, it looks like that. It doesn't matter who it looks like. That's not the point right now. It looks like anybody you want it to look like. Let's see. Okay, so the first thing in any drawing you do is you can establish the head, right? I always establish the head before I establish anything else with the figure. Now, I don't use stick figure drawings underneath my drawings, but I recommend you do it. So, for example, if I have a character I know is jumping, right? Well, I'm sorry, let me do this first. You'll find this in How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way. Here's the head of your character, right? We're just going to have him standing there. And these are basically just simple geometric shapes that I'm turning into a person. Okay, so you're saying, okay, I don't know how long to make this or how long to make that. Take your head as a measuring stick, and if you're doing a superhero, you want this to be about eight heads tall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So really I want to be down about here. Okay. Now, if I'm doing and it'll get there in a second. Okay. Your shoulders, they hang, they don't go straight across, okay? This is your clavicle right here, theoretically. And so you're going to have a little bit of trapezius action up here on your shoulders. And so your shoulder, your deltoid is going to be here, okay? So you're going to have this, if you're just standing, you're not going to have your shoulders are not going to be straight across. They're going to come down at a slight angle like that, right? Okay. We got our chest muscles here, rib cage. And again, these are all simple shapes. And guys, seriously, the reason I have this anatomy, because I've been doing it forever. So I don't expect you guys to be able to do this out of your head like this. That's why I get a book, get some, there's tons, oh my gosh, there's so many photo reference books of anatomy. And you could even get those anatomy books that have the breakdown of the muscles and everything like that, which is really helpful for you to see what goes where. Okay, so all that sort of helps you put this stuff together. Okay, so it's going to be his pelvis area. We will, okay. And so we know we've got, here's our stick figure legs coming down like this. Now I'm going to go ahead and make these shapes. And again, these are cylinder shapes. Well, how do I know what a leg looks like? Go look at one and then incorporate that maybe into your own style. Okay, so we go ahead and, of course, I do circles there for the kneecaps. Okay, so now this figure is about 8 heads tall, which is going to give you the superhero height. Now, of course, if you did somebody shorter or whatever, you just condense this. Okay, your elbows on your character are going to be right about at belt level. And then again, these are averages. They're not, you know, if you want a character with short arms or you want a character with super long arms, that's what comic books are, right? It's exaggeration. But as a guide, a rule of thumb, your elbows on your characters are going to be right about belt level. Okay. Your hands, when they're extended, are going to be mid-thigh to lower thigh. Usually real people don't have arms quite this long. Basketball players probably do. And your superheroes will. Unless you want them to look different, right? Okay, so you have to approach anatomy, especially for comics, that these are sections, these are shapes. Each part of the anatomy is a separate shape, right? And you can see that here. Okay, the deltoids are a circle. This is a cylinder, this bicep area. I'm going to put the joint in there, which is a circle, right? Another cylinder that tapers down to the wrist, right? These are all shapes that I'm then turning into muscles, you know. And that I learned by looking again at people, looking at photos of people, looking at reference on how to turn these now geometric shapes into a flowing human form that is, you know, looks like it's got muscles or whatever. Okay, so this is easy enough because you can sit there and go, okay, I've got my head here. I'm going to count off my my number of heads to see if I'm tall enough, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, give or take. So it's pretty close. So I know I'm right where I want to be proportionate-wise for the size of the head. And everything is based off the size of the head. If the head's too big, he's going to look, you know, like a mutant. If it's too small, he's going to look like a mutant, which is a different kind of mutant. So that's why you have that kind of rule of thumb that, you know, they'll say men 8 heads tall, women 7. In reality, that's not even close to being true. The head is much bigger than that on most people. But again, we're talking about comic land, not reality. So always keep that in mind. Now, this gets tricky when you have a character moving, right, and bunched up. So let's say we have Spider-Man. Okay, so I'm going to do my little side view of Spider-Man's head, right? So there's my cranium that's holding his brain. Here's the side of his head. There would be his ear, whatever. Okay, so we know he's got a neck. So we're going to do that. Now let's say I want this arm coming up here like this. So we'll go ahead and do and we're going to want these legs up like this. Okay, and let's say he's swinging by his web here. Okay, so I'm going to establish his torso first. This is a side view, right? So we're going to have a section like this. His shoulder is going to connect here. And again, how do I know where that shoulder connects? Well, you have to get to a point where you're comfortable enough with drawing anatomy that you understand what looks good and what doesn't look good, what looks right and what doesn't look right. This arm is swinging back, so it's being pulled back from his chest. So it's not going to, shoulder's not going to be up here. It's going to be back a little bit, right? So does his arm swing back. Now over here, this arm's coming forward. So if you look at anybody, you know, even, again, look at yourself in the mirror. Turn sideways. Look at what your deltoid looks like when it's reaching out from its body, from your torso, right? And again, these are parts, geometric shapes, right? And again, you'll see this in if you have How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, you'll see this stuff in there. Okay, so I want to make sure this is 8 heads. So what do? Well, I do my stick figure before I go in and do all this, right? So I measure my head. I take my finger and my thumb and measure that head. Okay, so I've got, and I just follow the curve of the body and see how many heads it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What do you know? I was right on the money. You'd think I'd done this before. So that now I know I'm right where I should be. And of course, your thigh and your calf, they're going to be about the same length. Okay, so if you have you don't want a super long thigh and a really tiny a calf, you want them about this, equidistance, right? Or equal length, I guess I should say. Now, see, I'm doing all this stuff in my head. That's why I don't have to do this when I draw, because I've been doing this so long that I see this stuff and then I can just kind of go to the outline because I kind of know what I want to do. And I can eyeball pretty accurately how big, if the character's in proportion or not. Okay, so there we go. These feet are triangles, right? And one of the reasons I do my underdrawing most of the time in blue pencil is so I don't have to erase it. I can do all of this in blue. You wouldn't be able to see it, but I could do all of this in blue, and then I go back over it with my graphite and just clean it up and draw over the top of the blue, and I don't have to erase the blue. If as this drawing progresses and gets more and more accurate to how I want it to look, I'm going to have to erase some of this underdrawing and get it out of there. If I do it in blue pencil, I don't have to worry about it. I can just leave the blue there. Okay. So I know if this is the bottom of his butt, I'm going to make sure that thigh is up where it should be. We'll go in and put Spidey's eye in here. Some people depict the nose coming out like that. Some people don't. That's a stylistic choice. Now, see, that may look too pedestrian to me. Okay, so now I look at it and say, it doesn't look like there's any really energy in that. It looks like he's just posing for us. So what I'm probably going to do then is say, you know what, this shoulder needs to come up here, right, to give me a little more energy in this drawing. And so I'm going to move that shoulder up because I can tell by looking at it that it's dull and there's no real action going on here. Then I'll go ahead and put my basic shapes in there to create. Okay, well, so now we're getting someplace, right? That shoulder's up. There's a little bit more energy, a little bit more movement. Okay. Now this arm, to me, I don't know. Maybe I don't like it there. Maybe I want this. Maybe I want it down here. Okay. I don't know if it's better or worse. It's just different. Okay. But again, it's the same process. And hands are another ball game too. You need to practice just drawing hands in different positions, and you can again use your hand as a reference. Use your left hand. Look at your left hand. Draw it with your right, or if you're left-handed, vice versa, right? So this is how I create. And then as I go along, I continue to tweak stuff and say, I want the shoulder down a little bit. I want the shoulder up a little bit. Maybe I think now his head is up too straight, right? Where's the dynamic? Maybe I want it pushing forward a little bit. So I'm going to erase that. And so then I'm going to go out here and push this head forward so he feels more like he's leaning into the action. Right? To give it a little bit more energy, a little more dynamism. And then maybe I want to turn that head a little bit, right? So that maybe he's looking up and off, so we get the underside of his chin. And again, this is that head is a geometric shape. His ear would be here. This is underneath his chin now, right? So I'm going to blacken that in because it's all shadowed. And maybe I'm going to go like that for Spidey's, you know, just to give me a little bit. Again, for me, it's always about energy, getting some energy into the drawing and into the pose. Okay, and this, it doesn't matter what pose you're doing, these factors always come into play. You establish the size of the head. If you want somebody throwing a punch, I'll go ahead and do some stick figure work. I'm going to bring this arm back here. This leg, of course, is in the background. And I may look at that and say, that's okay, but this whole thing here is too straight up and down for me. I don't want this broken up a little bit. So I'm going to bend this leg maybe even farther over here to get more of a turn from his torso. Maybe put a little bend in that leg like that. And instantly I've got a little bit more energy in the drawing. Okay, so maybe I'm thinking, that's still too straight up and down, right? So maybe I want this back a little bit farther this way, and then maybe move his head back a little bit. Okay. Again, it's all about dynamics and really sort of pushing the anatomy so that you get the most energy out of your figure. Okay, and again, let's count our head size here, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What do you know? I'm always going to be in that between that 7 and 8 range for my average size superhero. And then I just sort of continue to build on this. Now you can see how rough and dirty this is getting using a pencil. If I'd done all this in blue, I could now just clean it up without erasing and going over the top of it with a pencil. Okay? But these are different ways that you move the parts around, and you're always thinking, okay, now what about this arm, right? This arm is supposed to be, how long is this arm supposed to be? Well, I know my elbow should be hitting about belt high. So I go from where my shoulder is to my elbow, and then where would my shoulder, if it was hanging, just normally be about right there. And lo and behold, my elbow is going to hit right about there. So I know I'm right on the money. This is going to be about the same length as this, which is going to put us at about mid-thigh, right where it's supposed to be. Okay, so I know I've got this length right where I want it. Now, of course, you start foreshortening, right, and making this hand bigger. It's coming at us. It's not going to be as long. Now you're talking about incorporating perspective into the figure, which is a whole nother ball of wax, which we're not going to get into. But those are basically the principles that how you can keep your figures in the right proportion, regardless of what position you're putting them in. Okay, like I said, if you start having Spider-Man coming at you, right, and so now you're going to get into some perspective, and maybe his feet are really big down here. Like we have a low angle and we're looking up at somebody jumping towards us. Well, again, now you're dealing with perspective, and that's a whole nother thing that you need to incorporate into your basic anatomy principles to be able to pull the drawing off and make it work. So you have to know perspective, you have to understand anatomy, and then you have to be able to combine both those elements to really be able to draw comic books. And it's not easy, but it can be done if you practice. And by practice, I don't mean every once in a while. I mean all the freaking time. I mean, if you're serious about wanting to be good, you don't just draw every couple days. Oh, hang on a second. David Williams is, dude, you're here early.
What's up?
How's it going, man?
One day at a time, just like you.
Oh my gosh, it can't be too hot in New Mexico if you're wearing that cap inside.
I got central cooling, so I'm straight.
Do you have 2-level home or a one?
One.
Okay, well see, upstairs never gets cool like it's supposed to. That's where I'm at, upstairs baking right now. So anyway, we have the coolest black man on earth, David Williams, artist on Bass Reeves, joining us once again. I told him don't come in until 5:30, and he's like, I can't wait. This is so cool. I have to be part of the experience. He comes in early, and that's
I was just sitting there just listening. I didn't have to. Well, you could put me back in the waiting room.
Well, you're here. You might as well stick around. But anyway, so that's sort of it. I'm not going to go. I can't go into a huge. We could go all day about anatomy tutorials, but these are sort of like the little tidbits I can give you, just quickly on a vid like this that hopefully give you some stuff to think about and help you out as you're trying to put this stuff together in panel form and in telling a story and all sorts of good things and stuff. So there we have it. So how many days a week do you work, David? Generally?
5 days.
Do you take the weekends off generally?
It varies. Sometimes it's in the middle of the week that I'll take 2 days off. It depends. You know how hard it is. Sometimes you have it and sometimes you don't. And sometimes your weekends are boring, and so you might as well draw.
Right. Well, that's usually that's usually what happens to me. I was like, if I'm sitting around, find myself doing nothing, I'm like, well, I might as well be drawing, and so I get right back to it. So I work 7 days a week, but I don't necessarily. Let me put it a different way. I can work any 7 days out of the week, but I don't necessarily work 7 days a week. But it could be any of those days at any time, depending on what my schedule is and needs are and all that kind of good stuff. So did you check out the Simonson's interview I did?
Not yet. I was going to watch it after this weekend.
All right. Did you bring any snacks to keep yourself, keep the motor running?
No, I already ate before I came on, so I'm stuffed.
There's always room for honey roasted almonds, dude. Always.
That is true.
All right. So you're on the 5th issue?
Yep.
Bass Reeves?
Yep.
How many more pages you got? Just make something up. It doesn't have to be true.
6 or 7, something like that.
So you're almost done.
Yeah.
Now, are you going to go right into the 6th issue, or do you just kind of like take a break?
Oh yeah, I gotta, knock it out. Well, I told you before, I want to get to my create my own thing, yeah. And some other news may be coming out soon that you guys may be hearing. I can't talk about it, but we'll see.
Yeah, you're going to come on my show and talk about it, though, aren't you? When you got news.
I wish I could talk about it. I can't.
Well, we can't talk about it. I mean.
Huh?
No, when you can talk about it, you're going to come on here and talk about it, right?
Of course, sure.
Hey,
sure.
Geez. That's what I'm getting at, man.
I got you. I got you.
Well, look at this. Hyper Potatoes says, not only are you the coolest black man on earth, but you're a dang fine artist as well. So that's, Dave giving you a little, and I'll give you one of these for Dave.
Thank you. Far too kind.
Yeah. Well, now, Dave, do you know what this is? Do you know what you're appearing on?
The AA Run Extravaganza.
Well, see, that's what you call it, but actually what I like to call it is Aaron. So, and I think that, it's a little shorter, so maybe it sticks a little better than, but I do appreciate the extravaganza because it sounds more important.
But that kind is spelled different, so.
Yeah, well, it's a visual aid, it's a little bit of an audio aid as well, so we're not getting into the spelling. It's all about the emotional content, man.
I feel you.
Shoving almonds in my face.
Yeah.
All right. So
I liked your Captain Marvel yesterday. That was awesome.
thank you very much. I wasn't sure I was going to get that finished because I didn't want to be drawing while I was talking to Dave, but I thought, you know what, I got to get this dumb thing done. And so I was able to get cracking on it and finish it for the end of the show. I looked up, it was like 9 o'clock. And of course, my brother-in-law comes in and Shelley comes in. It's like a totally big party. And I'm like, I guess the show's over.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right. Are you going to draw with me today?
Draw what?
That's up to you, dude. I've got commissions to do.
What commissions are you doing?
I have got Spider-Gwen and Emma Frost, but I'm not going to do the super trashy Emma Frost. I'm going to do the little bit more reserved Emma Frost, if there is such a version.
Mm-hmm.
And I've actually done pretty well, I think. I've got 4 commissions done over the last 2 days during the shows. I did Wonder Woman, Zatanna, Captain Marvel, and Harley Quinn. And so if I can get 2 more done today, then I still have 2 left, but I can do like an overflow tomorrow. So okay. I'm kind of addicted to live streaming now, I guess. Shelley was right. I'm starting to develop a bit of a problem.
So. It'll be a problem if this thing never gets monetized.
That's right. if I can actually reach my goal as I'm eating Jack Link's beef jerky, which is the jerky that Sasquatch prefers, I'm told. So
I think you'll get monetized faster if you do these eating snack things and stuff and do it ASMR. You know, you'll get a whole bunch of people following you after that. Just listening to you smack on snacks.
Mm-hmm. Well, I got to bring a little something different to the table, man. You know what I mean?
I feel you.
I don't know if anybody else has a comic book eating snack video or a live stream. So, all right. See, David wants to draw Sergeant Rock, Jonah Hex, and Atari Force. I really don't think he does. He's shaking his head. He does not. Okay, here we go. How did Aaron and David meet? How long have you all been friends?
Oh my goodness. Man.
Well, I know I had hair when I met you.
Yeah, probably not too long after you were at Malibu, I mean, it was right around that time.
Gary Martin introduced me to your work because he was inking something that you'd done at one of the covers. I think it was a prototype cover over at Malibu. So this would have been around 93-ish sometime, right?
Something
and like I'm sure that we met the first time in San Diego that summer of 93. Mm-hmm. Because we were all, did you go to that, were you involved with Malibu when we did with that big debut signing thing where they had like a whole like island, and it wasn't even an island, it was like a row. They had like this big entry thing, and you had people sitting, we had these little cubicle things. It was almost like a game show, we were all lined up on either side signing.
No, I knew about it. I didn't.
You weren't
I wasn't a part of it.
Okay. Because I was supposed to sit next to Walter Koenig, who of course was Chekhov, right, in Star Trek, and so I was sitting there next to, I think Gordon Purcell was sitting next to me, and then Chekhov was on the other side of me, and he never showed up. And so I was making some like, oh, is he big time in this? He can't come and show up, and blah blah blah. And I find out later he'd had a heart attack, and that's why he wasn't there. So of course I felt like an ass. But so I always it never fails, man. Whenever you like make a joke about something like that, it's always something there's tragic, and you've just been a jerk, and you didn't even know it. So.
Wow, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, so it would have been 93 or 94 when we first became acquainted, and then you get to know people over time and become better friends as time goes on, and so it's been my gosh, almost 30 years. That's just ridiculous. I can't even believe it. I was talking to, when I had Walter and Wheezy on yesterday. I was talking to Louise, and I asked her. We're talking about her Superman writing experience and how it was different than when she was working at Marvel, and the dynamic and all that kind of stuff. And she had mentioned that she had written Superman for 9 years, and I went, "That's just incredible! I couldn't believe it that you would look back and say Louise Simonson was writing Superman for 9 freaking years. It doesn't even seem possible,
Yeah.
You start looking back, and it's just the years just. And I've always felt like our kids are like portraits of Dorian Gray. They're what they sort of, as they get older, you're getting older, but you're looking at them, and you're like, oh, my kid's 15. Oh, my kid's 19. Oh, my kid's 25. And you're like, you look in the mirror and you're like, they're becoming more vital and, alive. And you're just like shriveling into nothing. Oh, yeah. The gray beard. Well, I got quite a bit going here too. I just trimmed it so I wouldn't look quite as gray.
I didn't have this until my daughter had her son, and I became a grandfather, and it just went, and I was like, whoa.
So it's like total genetics, right?
Exactly.
Body goes, you're a grandfather, boom.
Exactly. Just woke up and it was there. I'm like, I'm a granddad. Oh shoot.
I was gray so early. I started getting gray after I turned 40, and I was okay. I still had hair and everything until I was 40. We got like pictures, family pictures, when I was 40. We were still in Florida at CrossGen, and I'm like, hey, who's that young, good-looking guy? And then we moved back here to Oregon, and I swear to you, I think she was in pre-K. Well, no, she was in preschool, then pre-K, and then kindergarten. So by the time we were in kindergarten, we'd been here 3 years. And I would take her to the park. We live in this like sort of suburban area, neighborhood, and there's like a little park that's part of the homeowners association, And so I take her up there to play, and the kids, and this is when she was in kindergarten. She's 19 now, right? So she was like 5 or 6, right? Probably 5-ish. So 14 years ago. And these kids go, hey, why did you bring your grandpa with you? That was 15 years ago. Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I was getting into R-rated movies when I was 14, and now I'm paying for it. So, I looked 18 when I was 14, and now I look like I'm 70 when I'm in my 50s. So what are you going to do? Life's tough.
Yes, it is.
All right. So I'm going to start drawing, David, so don't take it personal. I'm going to switch the camera here.
I could troll you while I'm live now.
That's right. I don't. Why waste in the message section when you can just do it live? I gotta correct my zoom here.
So
all right.
You got a lot of orders. You got a lot of commissions to do.
Well, I had a lot of requests, but I just took 8 because I knew I thought maybe I could get. If I could get 3 done a day, which ended up being 2. But still, considering that last time I did ErinCon, I was like, I only would be on for like 4 hours, and then I would spend the rest of the day doing the commissions and stuff. But this, I've been on like 6 and 8 hours a day, like in a full con day. So the fact that I've actually gotten 2 done a day, I think is miraculous, quite frankly. So if I can get these 2 done today, that'll get me 6. And like I said, then I can do like the other 2 tomorrow or something, and I can live stream in the morning before it gets to be 100 degrees up here. I'm actually sitting in an ice pack right now, and that's no joke.
Are all of these in color or?
No, they're all gray.
Okay. I mean, that's technically color for me.
Yeah, I mean, but it's the difference for me is when I'm using markers, it's so much faster than me noodling with colored pencil and building up slowly with colored pencil. So I don't spend half as much time doing just marker commissions, even though they're fully rendered and tonal. They're not. It doesn't take me half as long as it does when I, get out the colored pencils.
Where's Shelley?
She was here.
She said, "Oh, David's coming. I gotta go."
No, she didn't think you were coming till 5:30. So I think she just usually when I start drawing, she will take off, because she's kind of like, well, you know, we had orders coming in on stuff pretty hot and heavy the last 2 days, and so I needed her here to sort of like monitor PayPal's as stuff was coming in and make a list. And so, but it's slowed down, and so then she vacates, and then she'll come back in after a while and check the messages, and then she'll vacate again.
So is this about roughly the amount of commissions you would take if you actually went to a show?
Well, if I go to San Diego, which is basically 4 days, right?
Yeah.
You don't do any drawing on Wednesday night, and then I start doing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So I figure I usually take 10. I figure that's going to be my goal, because you charge $200 a piece. You do 10 of them. That's $2,000 in sketches. So you've like, at that point, I just don't want to work that hard anymore at the shows where I'm doing 15 to 20 commissions. I mean, I just don't want to do that much.
So do you think that this might be your new thing instead of doing as many shows? Like when it starts becoming okay to go to shows again?
That's a good question, because I have thought about that, because this is, of course, is no overhead, right? So I'm not paying for hotel or flight or anything to do this. But I think there's some value in meeting people face to face, and I got to admit, I mean, I like buying old comic books, and it's a lot easier to do that if you're at a show where you can go out and look around and buy some stuff. So if people invite me and pay my way to come out to a show, I'll go. I would still plan on going. Like I'm doing a one-day show in Kansas City at the end of July, but I'm not taking any. I might do a few. If people get in touch with me before the show, I'll do a few commissions that they can pick up at the show. But I'm not going to be doing anything at the show because I'm only there for a day, right? So you can't talk to people, sign books and everything else, and then get anything done really, except maybe some head sketches or something. So I'm not doing anything for that. But if I'm at a basically a 3-day show, maybe a 2-day show, I'll do a couple. But if a 3-day show when you actually got some time to work on the sketches, then I'll do that. But these 1-day shows, and generally it's the 1-day shows that people are willing to pay to bring you out for. It's these big shows that they don't, they only bring out
Celebrities,
right? And maybe, Neil Gaiman or, Arthur Adams or somebody like that, but they're not paying my way to go out. So then I have to sort of, it's just like you have to sit there and figure out, okay, well, how much am I going to make? And it's going to cost me several grand to go and do this show. Is it really worth my time to even go out there and do it?
Well, I don't do shows unless they fly me out. And
right.
all that stuff is paid for. I just don't do it.
Not even Heroes Con anymore?
Well, they fly me out.
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah. So other than that, I won't do them. I don't necessarily need conventions, to make whatever money or extra money or whatever. So if I was to open my commission list, it'd get full relatively fast.
Right. Well, and that's the thing, you go to the shows, and most of the income you're making at the show, I mean, you make a little money selling prints, you make a little money selling sketchbooks or whatever. Most of the money you're making is doing commissions, which you can just as easily do at home, right? So, but like I said, I like going to cons, because I am the fanboy in me likes looking at comics and old stuff and things like that, so I enjoy that experience. But, I have to admit, the older I get, the less enjoyment I find out of traveling,
Yeah.
And it's funny because I remember I used to talk to Kevin Nolan, and Simonson was that way. It's like, they would say like, I don't really want to travel that much. I really don't like traveling that much. I'm like, oh, come on, it's fun, But now that I'm, basically what their age, when I was talking to them about this, I'm the same way. I'm like, God, who wants to go sit in a plane for 6.5 hours and fly to, New Jersey or whatever? Even Florida, I have people coming, are you going to come to MegaCon? I'm like, well, I guess if they fly me out, I'm coming. But, and that's the thing, unless you have a established history with a show, you don't really have any idea how much money you can actually make while you're there. So it's really a crapshoot. If you're going to reach into your own pocket, it's like Chicago. Everybody wants me to go to Chicago because I have some fans in Chicago, but that's an expensive show to go to. I've never traditionally done really well there. I mean, I do okay, but if you spend an entire, 4 days or whatever there at Chicago, 4 or 5 days, and you walk home having made $1,000 profit, you're kind of like, I could have stayed home,
Exactly.
and done the same thing, or maybe better.
Yeah.
So that always plays a part in it. But also, if you're, that's the other thing you have to consider, especially if both of us are going into independent market really here in short order, you've got to get out and pump that book.
Yeah.
So that's the other thing you have to start thinking about is like, do I need to do a bunch of shows to get the word out? Because it amazes me. You think everybody in the world is on the internet, but I keep running into people all the time. In fact, some guy came on yesterday and bought some stuff from the show, and he had never heard of me before, and I just happened to show up on Mike Miller's Drawn and Quartered Wednesday, and that was the first time the guy had ever seen me. I was working on that big Barta piece. Mm-hmm. And so he's, oh, I love your stuff. I'm going to start buying your stuff and follow you now. So I picked up a supporter, and I've been in this business for, 30 years. The guy's never seen my stuff.
Wow.
I constantly run into people at shows that aren't, they don't spend a lot of time on the internet, watching live streams or whatever. So, and you got to reach those people just as much as you have to reach the people that do spend time on the internet and go to live streams and stuff. Because we're still only reaching, if I end up with 200 or 300 people watch this video, well, I need about 3 times that many people just to buy the book, right, for it to be successful. So you've got to, I'm going to start taking that into consideration too when making, convention plans.
For sure. I mean, I think that's the only reason for me to go is if I'm just promoting my book and I'm just selling my book. I don't want to be at shows just drawing all the time. I'm drawing all the time at home. I'm just like, man, I got to perform again.
Yeah. Pressure is on.
I mean, and most likely they don't want you to draw your character. They want you to draw,
right?
Draw Batman again. It's just like, all right.
Would it be interesting to go to a show, right, when you're promoting your product and saying, yeah, I'm doing sketches, but only of my character, and see how many people would still say, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're there selling your book and you're convincing people to buy it, and you also have those people who crowdfunded, almost kind of doing guerrilla promotion for you, saying, hey, I picked up this book and it was great. Oh, I like this character and this, that, and the other. And all of those seedlings starts going out into the, people's, Instagrams and Tumblrs or whatever it is. And then people keep seeing it over and over, because that's how, new things get sold. They pass it the first time. The next time they look and they look a little longer and they still pass it. And then by the third time, they're like flipping through the pages. They don't buy. And then the fourth time they just, okay, let's buy it. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden they're engulfed in it, just like how I was explaining to you before, like a soap opera is like, oh, why did that woman slap that person? Now you're hooked, Right. And so that's how it all has to start. You know what I mean? And then that person will go, oh yeah, it was great. I didn't think it was going to be all that good, and now you have a fan, and then they consider, oh man, this art was so good, maybe I'll buy a page from it, or have them do a commission of this character, or even blend the characters. Oh, I'm going to have, Aaron's character beat up Superman or whatever it is, So they start in their mind, start seeing them as equals to those other things that they elevated in their mind as well.
Well, that's really the key, is getting that to a level of familiarity where, it's like when I want to say that Mignola first did Hellboy in that Legends imprint for Dark Horse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now granted, Mignola was had higher visibility than say you or I, but how long did it take for Hellboy to catch on? And now you got guys coming to artists that aren't Mignola and saying, "Hey, can you draw Hellboy for me? Because he's like one of my favorite characters."
Exactly.
And that's the idea, is to get the thing out there, and so it becomes a familiar part of the comic book landscape.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just another character that somebody wants drawn.
Absolutely.
And that's all promotion. So,
Yeah.
So I don't know. I may be doing, now that I think about it, I may be doing more shows than I think I'm going to be doing at this point, just for, like you said, for that reason of promotion.
Yeah. Well, I mean, until I get mine done, it's going to be a while. So that's why I'm saying, I'm not doing too many shows. And anything that I'd be doing, it obviously be promoting Bass Reeves, and that's fine.
All right.
And any other stuff would be, oh, remember when I did this Marvel and DC thing? They have enough promotion on their end. I don't need to promote it any more than it needs to be. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Yeah.
So
they don't help promoting Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm real proud of Bass Reeves, and I'm glad to have done it. And I think Mitch and Elizabeth taking that on is pretty awesome on their end. But I want to take it to the next level of and here's this other thing that you guys weren't expecting from David Williams, and it's something unique, and hopefully it'll wow them and make them look at said genre in a different light.
Right. Now, I don't know, you may not have thought about it that much in advance at this point, but what about, because like you said, you don't want to crowdfund your thing until you've got it done or mostly done, right? That was kind of your feeling on that. What about, but there's kind of a, prepping the audience to sort of build anticipation before it comes out, right? So that maybe a lot of the promo work is done before you're even done with the book. And so then when it does come out, then you've already got a base waiting for it, you know what I mean? Rather than starting from scratch. So would you consider putting together like a ash can or something like that, 6 months before you launch or 3 months before you launch or something like that, just to sort of get the interest up?
Not really. I am
Really?
I'm gonna have some things that are gonna say, hey, this thing is coming. But by the time I do that, like I said, I'll be done on my part. You know what I mean? And I do want to have it be a buildup. I'm not just gonna just vomit it all out and say, here it is, that kind of thing. I'm gonna give them little bits and pieces, and so they'll go, oh, that character again. Oh, that character with this. Oh, what's this? You know what I mean?
Right.
Different scenarios, and kind of build it up, just like how movies used to build up movies and stuff like that, instead of how they do with trailers and just give you the whole entire thing and just, what's the point of seeing it?
Right.
And so I want to strategically build up interest, and I don't want to give a ash can out. It was cool back in the day, but I wouldn't do that.
Well, I think you can probably get as much mileage with just releasing cool images from the project here and there, so people are aware of it. Like, you saw my Wraith of God thing, I assume, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to bring this up real quick, but you take something like that, right? And then, I create a couple, I'm going to do another cover to it that's, and just to create some different images so that you have those out there, you know. And it's like, I'm thinking, you know what? If I'm doing a show in Kansas City at the end of July, I probably should make a banner of this with my name on it, so that's behind me. You know what I mean? So that people start seeing the image and they start saying, "Hey, what's that? When's that coming out?" That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Um,
You know,
because
that was the thing I always envied about independent people, where people like you and me, we would have Spider-Man, Batman, whoever on a banner, and we would think we were the stuff, you know. And then when I see these independent people with their own character, with their blood, sweat, and tears in it,
Mhm.
it made me admire them more. And I was like, wait, that's yours.
yeah,
You know, there's something to that. Regardless of where they were in the spectrum of, you know, talent, it didn't matter. You know, there was something more awe-inspiring if you just sit back and go, whoa, these guys are actually doing their own, you know.
well,
You know.
I talked to Howard Chaykin about this one time, and you know, we were kind of he was a guy very early on who sort of branded himself, right? I mean, it was like, and as he put it, he was the first guy to really sort of be his own brand, right? So you had Chaykin's American flag, you had, you know, all these other things that he was doing independently. I mean, even back maybe as early as the 70s, he was, you know, trying to get some independent stuff out there. And so he was always selling himself, not necessarily Marvel or DC, right? Because if you got, granted, I'm as guilty as anybody. I mean, I got Wonder Woman banners behind me right now. But because I know that someone sees Wonder Woman, they'll come over to the table, right? But at some point, you want people to come over to the table because it's you and the characters you've created, as opposed to just you're just the guy that happens to be drawing Wonder Woman right now, and as soon as you're gone, I don't give a rip. I'll just go follow the next guy who's drawing Wonder Woman, which is essentially what we do to ourselves our entire career.
Yeah.
You know, you're only as good and as recognizable as the book you're working on at that time. You know, there's people that remember that I did Planet Hulk, and there's people that remember me from Wonder Woman, but you know, there's Wonder Woman fans right now that have no idea who I am. You know, and so I can't count on that as, you know, take that to my grave. You know, it was funny, Simonson. I asked them both, because I always find this interesting. Like I would always look at somebody like Michael Jordan and go, what would it feel like to know that you're the best at whatever you do? You know, what is that like to wake up in the morning and go, you know what, there's nobody better in the world than me at doing this. And so I asked Walt and Louise, I said, what does it feel like? What do you guys look, when you look back on your career and realize that you were so instrumental and iconic, especially in the decade of the 80s, you know, that you'll be a part of, you know, comic book pop culture history forever, however long that lasts, right? Because of what you guys accomplished. What does that feel like? And of course, Louise was like, you know, she goes, I just feel lucky. You know, I just feel lucky to have been a part of it and been able to work on stuff that, you know, people gravitated to and liked and all that kind of stuff. A very, you know, obviously a very correct and humble response that you'd expect from her. And you know, Walter said something after that I thought was really funny. That he goes, you know, as soon as you start thinking, oh yeah, I'm the guy who redid Thor and you know, saved it and all this kind of stuff. You know, then you got somebody comes up to you and says, you know, I was reading your Thor and I didn't really like it. Or you have people coming up to you and they don't even remember that you did Thor, you know, or that, you know, that was even a thing, right? So he says, you know, he goes, it's pretty humbling very quickly. So it's really hard to kind of put yourself up there and go, yeah, I did this, I did that, because pretty soon people don't remember you.
Yeah.
And he had a great story. He said an assistant editor at Marvel had come up to him, and I don't know how long ago this was, but he said, came up to him and said, hey, we'd really like you to write and draw a Thor annual. You know, we think that'd be really cool. And he's like, and he was working on Thor Ragnarok, I guess, at the time, or something else. And he was saying, well, you know, I wouldn't mind doing that, but I don't know that I have time to draw it. So he said to this assistant editor, he says, what if I contacted John Byrne and see if he would be interested in drawing it, me writing it and him drawing it? And so he goes, yeah, sure. And so he calls up Byrne, and Byrne's like, yeah, that sounds like that'd be fun. Let's do it. So he tells this to the assistant editor, whoever approached him, and the guy says, he goes, yeah, Byrne's on board. And he's like, well, I'm going to have to go back and check and see if we can do that. And so, and he goes, 2, 3, 4 days went by. They didn't hear anything. And he said, Byrne was like, forget it. I'm not interested. This is not, this isn't going to work out and whatever. And so he never ended up doing it. But his point was, he said, there was a time where if I went into a publisher and Simonson and Byrne were going to work on a project together, they wouldn't even have asked what it was. They would have just green lighted and said, do it.
Yeah.
And now they're sitting there going, oh, we got to think about it. We have to talk about that, And it was like, if I was publishing even today and Walter came into me and said, hey, I'm going to do this thing and Byrne's going to draw it, I'd be like, do it.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
It's just a great point that he made that, and it really is how fleeting fame is. When we put everything into our entire reputation and our worth as a professional into somebody else's characters, we're not really doing ourselves any favor. It may be okay for in the moment, right, while we're doing it, because, I'm selling more pages, I'm making more money this year because I'm drawing Wonder Woman and everybody's into that or whatever. But then here I am, 9 years removed from Wonder Woman, and what have you done for me lately, right? That's, so.
I mean, like Robert Kirkman is known for, Invincibles, but look at all that Marvel stuff he did. And it was good Marvel stuff, the Marvel Zombies and all that kind of stuff. But, he created Walking Dead and Invincibles. He's really known for that, Yeah. And so that's what, creative people like yourself should always strive for, is that I want to be known for this thing. You know what I mean? That I'm putting my blood, sweat, and tears into it. I want to get their attention.
Right. Exactly. No one, Hellboy is synonymous with Mike Mignola. No one, I suppose there's probably some Philistines out there that know who Hellboy is and completely unaware that Mike Mignola created it. Mm-hmm. But there's no other association than Mike Mignola with Hellboy, right? If you draw Hellboy, you're just a guy drawing Mike's character, right? You're not, the creator of Hellboy, and that's where you want to be at, I think, is you want to be known for, like you just said, you want to be known for something you've created that now becomes, you're associated with it as much as the character is. It's like whatever your, stuff you come out with, when people say that name, it's going to be, that's David Williams's stuff. That's not Marvel's stuff that David drew once upon a time. Mm-hmm. Of course, the challenge is get it as popular, right, so that people do care about it, but you have to start someplace.
There's only a few people who transcend the character that they're actually drawing, just like Frank Miller.
Right.
And Brian Bolland. You instantly get a picture in your head of what they're known for, that one thing that, trumps everything that they've ever done, you know? And
except in Miller, it's probably two things, right? It's probably Daredevil and Batman.
Yeah, true. The thing with Mike Mignola, he's done a lot of stuff for Marvel and DC, and it's all, to me, equally good. There's no really bad era with him as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
And Hellboy, if I'm being perfectly honest, isn't more outstanding than any of that other stuff, but it's people buy that because they champion Mike. It has nothing to do with just Hellboy himself. Yeah. Mike, people love his journey and they want to stick with this guy because he fought through, this, system, or whatever, and did his thing, and he made his mark with it. You know what I mean? Because to be honest, for me, like after the first, maybe 5, 6, I stopped buying it because it became the same thing, and I said, okay, I get it, that kind of
Right.
that kind of thing. But I understand why people will continue to get it, because they want to champion him. You know what I mean? And
Right.
that's awesome. You know what I mean? They want to, and it's good to have those types of people, that make
Well,
their mark, and you want to help push them along and keep them, on an equal playing field, so to speak, with other characters, not equity wise, but or certain characters, like, oh, this character's just as good as, you know what I mean?
Well, I think he's done a really smart thing, though, is like getting Adam Hughes to do some Hellboy and getting some other guys to do some Hellboy. So then it becomes, it's still his property, but then you kind of get a fresh take on it with some other guys. But it's still Mike Mignola's Hellboy, right?
That's right.
And,
No matter what.
Yeah, and the popularity of the character, whether it's because it's a great character or because, like you said, people are championing Mike.
It's like no matter who draws Hellboy, you're going to think of Mike Mignola. But you could actually draw Batman and completely forget that Bob Kane created this thing. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So it's a weird thing. So that's why I was talking about where it's more about Mike than actually the actual character.
Right.
Because some of the stories are very forgettable as far as I'm concerned. Not to talk out of term or dismiss what work went into them, but I don't remember them like how you could, picture every single panel in Killing Joke or in Watchmen or in, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Well, look at Watchmen. I mean, my gosh, Alan Moore created all those characters, right? And DC, of course, has run with them to death. But
he didn't actually create all of them. Dave Gibbons created some. There were some of his childhood characters.
Oh, were they?
Mm-hmm. Night Owl was.
I didn't mean to diss Gibbons. I guess what I should have said is he co-created or whatever, because we got into that discussion too. How much what is creating and what is designing? But anyway, okay. So both those guys came up with these new characters now that are actually part of the landscape of DC Comics now that weren't, that prior to 1988, no one even knew existed. But again, you do a 12-issue maxi series from a major company, and it's really well done, which in that case it was. That stuff's going to stick. Mm-hmm. And look at Boland and Alan Moore's Killing Joke. I mean, I think Brian redefined the look of the Joker. And I was just talking about this, I think, yesterday, because I was doing a Joker head sketch for somebody in one of my sketchbooks. And it was like, I never liked the Joker until Boland drew him. Huh. And then I said, then I loved the character, because I responded to him visually. Mm-hmm. And it didn't really matter to me what the story was so much, and how dark and evil, he was. That's not what made him appealing to me. It was how Boland drew him that made him appealing to me. Because that old look that, Neil Adams had for him, or Perez, and they all sort of looked the same. It was kind of a goofy version of the Joker. Sort of felt like it was kind of a takeoff on the television show a little bit. But then Boland made him like this, he gave him that kind of 40s hairstyle with the long hair on top, and the, dapper suit and everything, and so well drawn on top of it, right? Not that Neil Adams didn't draw well, but it just, that to me is what made that character. And I know for most people it was, it turned the Joker from just being a, ridiculous villain into someone really scary. But again, to me, it was that look that Boland created for him is what made him change in my mind. Mm-hmm. But they got the exposure. Like my point was, they took a, and same thing with, Simonson's Thor. They did really fantastic work. They had a great platform that really exposed a lot of people to it so it could get noticed and then thus remembered, which then again, I guess comes full circle back to our point about doing creator-owned stuff, is that getting it out there so that it becomes, I don't know if we could ever be lucky enough to say it becomes iconic, but at least becomes familiar enough that people will recognize it and say, hey, I'm going to go check that out. They recognize the character, you know what I mean? And then recognize that you're the one that's, you know, creating that character and producing that character and, you know, providing new adventures or whatever for that character.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of iconic characters out there that I've never picked up, but I just know them by sight. And, you know, a lot of the stuff from Dark Horse that, you know, like Concrete, I never picked up that book, but everybody knew it from back in this. Oh, that's Concrete.
Yeah.
That's Concrete. You know what I mean? That
Right.
type of thing. You know, and there's something valuable to that. You know, like I said, after you look at it and pass it. I mean, I can't say I haven't bought a single Concrete. I probably have maybe one or two, but it wasn't something that I had to keep going. But the fact that I did pick it up, you know what I mean? After seeing it ad nauseum, I'm like, okay, what is this thing? You know? You know?
Right. It's interesting. But I think part of it, and this is kind of puts it on us and as creators, that, you know, the reason Concrete became popular is not because it was in Dark Horse Presents, which was was a brand new black and white title, you know, but it was so well done. You know, people read it and were like, God, this is really good. You know, so then it starts getting attention. So it's sort of, you know, as writer artists that we're, you know, going to be on our own projects, it's not, you know, we feel pretty confident, I would guess, that we're going to deliver a pretty good looking book, right? But then the pressure on us, can we put together a good looking book that's also a really good, interesting read that's going to draw people in and keep them coming back for more or wanting more, you know? I mean, I feel confident I can do that, but that's going to be sort of the pressure that's on us, because it has to be good or it's not going to stick.
That's for sure.
And sometimes even good stuff doesn't stick. So, you know, it's the odds are against, you know, anytime you go out without any sort of major promotion, like a big company behind you. But man, it's got to be good if you're going to do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all relative, that good aspect, but the thing is that
appealing to a lot of people. How's that? Not necessarily good, but appealing to a larger number of people.
Yeah.
There you go.
It depends. Again, that's another thing too, is that some people will be disappointed if they don't get, you know, 10,000 people to buy it or something crazy. You know what I'm saying? Right. And it's just like, but in this new model, you're a success if you sell it to 500 people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because what's real success? That you could do the book again and you could do it again and again after each campaign, and you're able to keep your lights on and pay your bills and put some cheese on your woman's burger for once, you know, whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's the success, but everybody's forced to measure it up against, well, you didn't get, you know, Rob Liefeld X-Force numbers, so you're falling short. You know, it's just like, come on, you know, let's be realistic. You know?
Well, like you said, it is a new model, and it is, and that break even, or that, you know, can I make a living doing this kind of thing? That's going to depend on what your budget is and what your expenses are and all that kind of stuff. And it's going to be different for each of us a little bit. But it's like you said, if you, like when I did Power Cubed over at Dark Horse, right, a couple years ago, that ended up selling about 6,000 copies, you know, and which is terrible, right? And so I got a little bit of an advance from Dark Horse, not enough to you know, pay for me to do it, but I was working pretty steadily at DC at the time, so I just kind of did it in my spare time. And then I used the money they paid me for the most part to pay inkers, because if I was inking it myself, I never would have got it done. And so I didn't really get any money for it. per se, and then it only sold 5,000 or 6,000 copies, and that generated no, royalties or anything, obviously. But you flip that and say I do that as a Kickstarter, and I sell 1,000 copies. Suddenly, I'm doing really, really well. So those numbers, I don't think numbers are the issue. It's dollar amount, that you're able to bring in. Are you bringing in enough to enable you to do the book and to continue doing the book?
If you're doing it over at Dark Horse DC or wherever, you got to share that money with all these other people who didn't put not 1 ounce of pencil to the paper,
Right.
So that's why I always had an issue with editors. It's like, how?
Editor?
Yeah, because I would call and say, "Oh, he's on vacation." I'm like, "How is he able to go on vacation?" And I'm over here.
Yeah, I don't get to go on vacation.
I'm working through the Christmas holiday.
Yeah, exactly. That was more than once.
Yeah, so I'm just like, yeah, no.
I'm glad you're getting Christmas off. They send you their little deadlines and say, okay, if you want to get paid, you got to get this in before this date. And we're leaving tomorrow. And you're like, yeah, okay, well, I'm not. I'm grinding away.
Exactly. So that's why I had enough of that corporate comic book thing, or the big corporate ones and stuff like that.
Yeah, it is now. It didn't used to be that way, though.
Yeah.
They were like little companies, and you could kind of navigate them a little bit better.
Yeah.
There's once Disney bought Marvel, and once Warner Brothers, Time Warner took over DC, it changed everything.
Mm-hmm.
And you used to be, you could go in and you could get something done. You could get something approved. You just talk to an editor and say, I really want to do this, and you convince them that it's a good idea. They go, hey, do it. You can't do that anymore. It's got to go through committee. It's got to go through this. It's got to be approved by him. It's got to be approved by them, and then go up top, and then they have to crunch numbers. And I mean, and again, getting back to my interview with Walt and Wheezy, that was, as Walter described it, the 80s were kind of like the Wild West. Because I asked him, I said, did you get any flack on your Thor 337 cover for breaking the logo? Right? Did anybody go, oh, you can't do that, And, I asked Wheezy, and she goes, I don't remember there being any blowback at all for that. And Walter was like, nah. He goes, and the interesting thing about it, he said, was Thor was the last book that was still using its original logo from the 60s.
Mm-hmm.
And so he busted the logo, which had kind of, allowed them to change the logo, right, and give a more updated logo. And also, she was, and Louise was saying that it was like, it was like announcing that this was something big was happening here. This was worthy of your attention, that you should take a look at this book. And so, and everybody was, it didn't have to go through committee or anything, it just kind of like the editor went, yeah, I like it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
And they did it. And you couldn't get away with that now.
Nope. Times have changed.
Yeah, it is. And it's, I had Dave Olbrich on last night. I don't know if you saw any of that, but
yeah.
He was in his hotel room in St. Louis. And, he's got a very sort of, I don't know, it's pessimistic, but I can't say it's not necessarily unrealistic view of the industry right now and the future of the industry. And, that's the other kind of challenge. It's kind of like, we all love doing this and we all love reading books and stuff. Can we keep it alive? And maybe this is the only way long-term is crowdfunding and specialized projects that you get people that want that product, invest in that product so you can produce that product for them, and instead of just like throwing garbage out on the newsstand and hoping somebody buys it, because I still think, I had one artist, I won't say who it is because I don't know how people take this statement, but told me, hey, I just got to make sure there's enough comic buyers out there until I retire. And I mean, there's some truth in that, right? And but you'd like to see the medium survive because it's such a great medium if people will give it a chance. And again, that's the thing. You're trying to entice a whole new audience. As we've talked about this 100 times, obviously, but you're battling video games, you're battling streaming services and stuff for entertainment value, or entertainment, and it's pretty hard when Disney's charging, I don't know if they charge a month, $9.99 or $15, $12, whatever it is, to get their Disney streaming service, right? And you can watch all these different programs every month for $12. Whereas if you want to go read a comic book, you're paying $5 just for one every month, and it's how do you compete?
Man, my dad gave me $5 for comics back in the day. I take back the whole store.
I know. You could go, like, I'd go mow a lawn and get, say, $2 for mowing the lawn, right? That's 8 comic books. 8, that's, and then you would read them, and by the time you read all of them, you could go back and read the one you read the first, because it'd been, a few days since you read it, and go back and re-experience it again. And so it is. I mean, and the problem is, well, not the whole problem, but some of the problem is us, the creators. We're to a point where, in the 70s, when they were only charging 25 cents for a book, those guys weren't getting paid crap, So it was like they had to do 3 or 4 pages a day to make a living. And we've kind of become this spoiled generation where, not spoiled because we're producing really high caliber work, but we've tried, I think, we have a generation who's tried to turn comic art into fine art. And it's like, it's still a commercial product, right? And it has to a certain degree be treated like a commercial product to get it out there regularly and affordably so people can buy it. But when you treat it like fine art, then it becomes this expensive thing, and then it becomes, well, I can't get all of it, so I got to get the guys I like, or the characters I like, or something that might particularly appeal to me. Whereas back when we were kids, I could go buy Ghost Rider 1 month and see if I liked it or not, and it didn't set me back. It wasn't a major investment. And back then also you had, you could buy 2 issues of a comic and know completely what it was about, right? There wasn't these 6-issue story arcs that we were, putting together so you could trade the story. It was 2 issues, and they were usually so jam-packed full of content that you felt like you were getting more than 2 issues. If there was a 3-issue story arc, it was like, holy crap, this is going on for 3 months. This is unbelievable. Because they usually got them even in 1 issues, they would have, interesting stories a lot of the times that would just wrap up in an issue.
Absolutely.
And a lot of that stuff is lost, and it's just, and like I said, it's how do you all of a sudden tell everybody, okay, we're cutting everybody's page rates back to $135 a page so we can charge less for comics.
That's true. I think the sad thing is that we made our audience that way. But it happened years ago. It happened with, Frank Miller's Dark Knight. It happened with Watchmen. It happened with all of that. And the business people saw that we clamored for it, and we would pay that price for that quality of book.
Right.
And they said, okay, well, we could start touting all of our books as that by bringing up the premium of the paper, and the all of this kind of stuff, and so it was a self-inflicted wound that they had to keep feeding and making it crazier and crazier and crazier, and not reasonable, and not making books like there's no such thing as someone coming out with a Dark Knight again or a Watchmen again, because it's not special amongst everything else that has that quality of printing or high caliber artists, like, like,
right. Well, they were event comics, right? I mean, a prestige format was a special thing. But now a prestige format is any story that someone turns in that's 48 pages long or 64 pages long. It doesn't have to be anything special.
Yeah, but everything's an event now, which is crazy. Right. And so if everything's an event, nothing is.
Right, exactly. And you have nothing that's special anymore that makes you say, hey, I'm willing to pay extra money for this because this is cool. Like you remember Jerry Bingham and Mike Barr did that first hardcover graphic novel, that Batman Son of the Demon, right? Everybody had to have it.
Yep.
That was the first hardcover graphic novel, and it was really cool. But then now then there's tons of hardcover graphic novels, and now there's trade paperbacks and trade hardcovers, and there's, like you said, what's the special thing anymore?
Exactly, and that's the problem with the business, is that these guys abuse the business, and they're not willing to gauge and temper themselves, because they just become hoes, and they just say, all right, we got to do it again and again and again and again. And it's just like, dang, man, it's just like, can we build up to a crescendo? Everything doesn't have to be the orgasm.
Well, look at it this way. So Miller goes and does Daredevil and turns Daredevil around, right? Same way, Simonson came in and turned Thor around, a book that was going to get canceled, turned it into a mega hit. Miller does the same thing with Daredevil, right? But the price doesn't go up on the book, right? But the more he does it, the more people love it. They're clamoring. It's the #1 book, right? Well, then he goes off and says, I'm going to do a Wolverine miniseries. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, this is going to be huge. Did they prestige format it? Did they make it? No. It was $1 or whatever it was, right? 75 cents, whatever it was at the time. And people bought the heck out of it. Okay, it wasn't until he did Dark Knight that, maybe he negotiated or something. We want this to be really special. And it was a special defining book. Mignola and Brian Augustyn, when they did Gotham by Gaslight, that was the first Elseworlds book. No one had ever taken Batman out of time like that and put him in a scenario like that. So that was a worthy project. We're like, wow, this is a special thing. I'm going to go pick that up. But it's like you said, now everything is formatted that way because they were like trying to, we can get these people to pay $5 for this. We can get them to pay $5 for everything, and that became a problem.
I was going to say, the fact that you even pointed out Elseworlds and why it doesn't even exist anymore is because everything is that now. Because that book should have never not existed. It should have been always a place where creatives could step outside of continuity. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And bring something new to the fore. But they got rid of that. Marvel got rid of What If. All of these things that actually gave people who warranted a place to exercise their freedom from continuity, who were fan favorites, so to speak, that they could say, okay, we're going to go over here and flex and see what we could do. And we had this idea, and it didn't have to be something that came out monthly. It could have came out like 4 times a year. And that's what it would have made it special. You know what I mean? Where, say, Adam Hughes, he gets to do whatever character and he just goes to town. You know what I mean?
Right.
And then he could go back to doing his covers or whatever, and people would be like, yes, that's that thing he's known for. That one thing that he got to do in Elseworlds, his version of, Power Girl, whatever, something with big titties. I mean, excuse me. Tiggo bitties. And people would appreciated it, and you let people build up anticipation for something. There's no anticipation for anything anymore. That's another reason why I think sales went down.
I think you're right about that. Is this Spider-Gwen? Yes, it is Spider-Gwen. That's a good point. When was the last time something came out and you were like really excited, for it to come out? Say, wow, I've got to go check that out. I can't wait for that.
Exactly. I remember in my town when certain books would come out, we had to rush from school to fight other schoolmates to get certain books because the books would be sold out.
Right.
You know what I mean? You never hear about that anymore.
Well, the books sell out because retailers just don't order any,
Yeah, exactly.
But it's that's true. I mean, it was like, I remember when I was down in, this is mid 80s, right? And I was in school down in LA, and I'd go to Golden Apple on Melrose, right?
Yeah.
And it was the
You used to go to, wait. You used to go to Golden Apple on Melrose?
Yeah.
That was my comic book shop too.
Well, maybe I saw you in there, but it was, it was before.
How crazy is that? Wow.
Yeah, when I
passed each other and just like, yo, what's up? I just kept it going. We're just in the zone.
I was going to USC. I was in film school down there, and I was living right there, a couple blocks off campus, right? And so I would the closest comic shop that I could get to, and I always liked to go down to Hollywood Boulevard because there was movie poster shops, and there was all that kind of really cool stuff down there, right? That isn't there anymore. And Melrose was the same way, man. They had just these sort of eclectic clothes shops and just weird stuff. And so, and Golden Apple was there, and I'd heard of it, right? It was a famous comic shop. So I said, well, that's where I'm going to go to get my books. And so I was in there pretty regularly, but I didn't get in there I think back then it was Friday, right? Where the books came out, not Wednesday.
No, it was Wednesday.
Was it Wednesday?
At first, yeah.
Okay. And so anyway, I would get there when I had time to get there, and it was usually probably on the weekend or something, right? And they had already, because Batman was, the movie was coming out, it was 89. So of course everybody knew they were working on it, right? So there was a Batman buzz all over the place. And I would go in there, and like everybody else, because of the buzz, I was never a big Batman reader. I was like, I'm going to start reading Batman. I was part of the fan base that got caught up in the hype. And I'm like, I'm going to start reading Batman. So I would go in there, and if you didn't get the book when the day it came out, well, if I went in there like Friday or a week later, they already had that issue as a back issue marked up. And I remember the guy going, dude, are you kidding me? This just came out on Wednesday. He's like, hey,
that sounds like something Bill Leibowitz would do.
So it taught me that if I wanted a book, I better make sure I knew when it was coming out, and I better be there the day or the day after it came out, or he was going to take it, put it in backstock, and mark it up.
Yep.
But that was when the that Craven's Last Hunt came out.
Mm-hmm.
Remember how huge that was? Everybody was like, whoa. I mean, it was Zach doing some really cool stuff. And it was like, I don't know that anybody foresaw that Craven was going to kill himself, but, it was kind of this first sort of like, Craven wasn't goofy. It was like a really sort of serious take on the whole thing. And he had a gun, and he was going to shoot Spider-Man, and he buried him alive. I mean, it was just really just crazy stuff. And everybody was talking about that. Everybody had to have that book, and, but yeah, it's not fair for me to say that because I don't really follow comics that closely, the new stuff. So I don't know what people are getting excited about and what they aren't.
Nobody's getting excited for this new stuff.
Well, not this new stuff, but I mean, like just a couple of years ago when Marvel got the license for Conan, I think there was a little buzz for that, the Savage Tales and because Garney was doing Savage Tales and the guy, the Turkish artist, I can't think of his name, Mahmoud Azara or something like that, was doing the Conan stuff. And it was good stuff. And so there was kind of a little bit of buzz for that. And then because what are they going to do with Conan? They put him in Savage Avengers, and maybe there was a little bit of interest in that for, people were kind of, hey, that's kind of wild. Let's check that out. But yeah, I don't remember, so-and-so's doing Daredevil, better pick it up. Or so-and-so's doing Spider-Man, or, oh my gosh, the FF,
Yeah.
I just you don't hear that stuff anymore.
Nope.
So you hear, what the heck are they doing to that character? Are you kidding me?
So you were around there in 89. So in 89, I was up in the Bay Area. But when my first comic book shop was the Golden Apple, and it used to be a hole in the wall and stuff like that. The one that you went to on Melrose was when they moved from the hole in the wall. They moved closer towards the center of.
I was there from 85 to 88. I was actually in LA. So that's when I was
going
there. But yeah, it was a pretty nice shop.
Yeah. So I went when I think a little before Paul Smith became the X-Men artist.
God, that was late 70s, wasn't it?
No, 80s. Was it early 80s?
Maybe.
I think it was early 80s.
I was never a big X-Men. I remember when he was doing the X-Men, but I was still buying stuff off the rack, so I had to at least still be in high school.
Yeah. And so they did this thing where Paul Smith was, I think he was taking a motorcycle cross country or whatever, and he decided to call into the Golden Apple and talk about the X-Men, but he did a recording. It was like on the recorder or whatever. And they had a special like thing where you could come in and listen to the recording. Man, there was a line around the block just to listen to a tape recording of Paul Smith. And I was in that line.
You were adding to the thing.
That's right. I was tripping. I was just like, man. And that place was no bigger than my bedroom at that. And it was just packed with guys just listening to this recording. And they were like church mice in there just listening. Like,
hanging on every word, right?
Exactly. Thinking we're going to get the secret code to the next issue or whatever. But that was how deep it was back then, you know, a literal phone tape recording, you know. it was pretty nuts. But yeah, Golden Apple was it back in the day.
Did you ever work on a book where you did a store signing and actually you got a lot of people showed up for it?
I didn't do too many store signings, to be honest. So no. I've been in store signings with other artists, so I can't really take claim that they're there for me.
Well, I've had plenty where, you know, no one shows up, right? I mean, that's generally the how those things go. You have, you know, 10 people show up through the course of a day, and that's it. That's why I don't like to do them. Mm-hmm. They're too humiliating most of the time. But when DC launched the New 52, and again, that's, you know, we're talking 10 years ago, right? There was some buzz for that, and I was doing Justice League, and the first issue came out, and that was what the store signing was centered around, this first issue of the Justice League International that I was working on with Dan Jurgens. And for a night, I was Frank Miller, you know? I mean, it was like the line went around the store and out the door for a couple hours. It was amazing. And that's the only time I ever had anything like that happen. But again, that was an event, that New 52, people were buzzing about it. You know, some people hated it, some people loved it, but everybody wanted to see what it was going to be. And I happened to be able to, we're working on a book that was of interest to a decent number of people, because essentially we were resurrecting Giffen and DeMatteis's, you know, and McGuire Justice League, you know, the goofy Justice League, which was always a very popular book with the fans, not so much with DC. But so that was like the one experience where I had where you kind of felt like, you know what, comic books are alive and well, you know, this is, you know, and I'm sure there's still certain guys, I'm sure if, you know, whoever's working on Batman shows up at a store signing, they'd get a pretty good crowd. But again, they're there for Batman, right? You just happen to be the guy that's working on this at this junction.
Exactly, for sure. That's looking nice.
Thank you, sir.
I was looking to say something crazy, but I couldn't think of anything.
Well, there you go. You got to be nice to me once in a while, man.
Yeah. I was going to say, is that Ruth Buzzy? No.
Ruth Buzzy was never that cute.
Yeah, exactly.
Goldie Hawn, maybe. Although Goldie Hawn never had big boobs, so this wouldn't be Goldie Hawn either.
It's Sandy Duncan.
There you go.
Give her one wonky eye.
Yeah. Oh, man. So what's your goal then, timeline wise? I know it's hard to say, but I know you want to get going on your thing. When would you hope to have it done and, you know, out in the marketplace, like spring of next year?
Yeah, something like that. That sounds good. I'll use that. I'll tell my wife, mark it on the calendar.
Look at that. Ruth Buzzy was a dude. Oh, wait a minute. I got to give him his props for that one. That got to laugh at.
I think he's mistaken Ruth Buzzy for Milton Berle.
It could be. The outfit looks a bit like Aurora from Alpha Flight. If I knew who Aurora was from Alpha Flight, I'd be all over that. But I was never, dude. So you were an X-Men reader, apparently.
Yeah.
I never read X-Men. The only X-Men book I ever read was X Factor, and when Louise and Walter were working on it. And then I read Excalibur because I love Alan Davis so much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that was the only two.
Well, you missed out.
Yeah, I know. Apparently, I mean, there's some legendary stuff going on there with Claremont and Byrne, and then Paul Smith.
Yeah, Paul Smith was the guy, man. A lot of people were like boo-hooing John Romita Jr., but I liked it.
That was right when but that's right when he sort of changed his style. Remember, he sort of had that kind of, typical 70s sort of looking Marvel House style. And then he took over X-Men and started really kind of going in that sort of Frank Miller-esque direction. And so it probably took people by, shocked them a little bit at first.
Yeah. I think he adapted some of Paul Smith's simplicity.
Yes.
So that helped him with his speed, even though it didn't help Paul with his speed.
Yeah.
But it helped Romita because Romita understands, produce, you know what I mean? And knock it out and stuff.
Yeah, and he also knows what you can leave in and what you need to have in and what you can leave out, right?
Exactly. And also, he wasn't so precious with his pencils in comparison to what Paul was doing. Paul, his art at first was, I compared it to that painter, what was that 80s painter who was everywhere? That would do the, huh?
Oh, Nagel.
Nagel, yeah, Patrick Nagel. That's what, he was the comic book version of Patrick Nagel.
Yeah.
So it was so precise and women they had this look, and that's what Paul's women look like. They look like Patrick Nagel drawings, but far more different poses and different expressions and all that kind of stuff. So he was so precious with his line work, and so I'm sure his pencils were razor sharp,
right?
And then but John Romita Jr. learned from Pops, seeing how he put down pencils. Not saying that he took his style or anything, but he understood what it took to just get the information down enough for the inker to get what he's saying. And so that's two different mindsets of thinking and drawing.
Well, it's interesting. I see a lot of guys that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just saying. I liked both of them. I thought they were both great.
I find it interesting that I used to think, or I could never understand, guys that had more open styles or more. I don't want to say simple. What do I want to say? I want to say less detailed. What do I want to say here?
You can say simple. That's fine. Simplified. Alex Toth was like that,
Yeah, well, you look at guys like that and you say, how can those guys not meet deadlines? Like Paul Smith's a perfect example. You sit there and think, God, he's not doing a bunch of line work and stuff. Why is this taking him so long? And I could never figure that out because I would be sitting here doing stuff that had way more detail and way more line work, and I was getting it done. But it's like you said, when you're working so stylized like that, you're kind of a slave to that style, and everything's got to be perfect and right on the money. Whereas if you're doing a lot of rendering and stuff, that's not necessarily the case, although my stuff was generally pretty tight. But I guess what I'm saying is a lot of line work does not necessarily equate to a faster or slower style.
Yeah. I mean, that's for sure. I mean, and it also depends on the person. You know, Alex Toth wasn't slow and he wasn't fast either. And I think he was fast at certain things, but he was one of those guys that was very cerebral. You know,
Right.
he probably did more drawing in his head than he actually did on paper.
Right.
You know, I think I get like that too a lot. You know, where I'm more drawing in my head before I actually attack the paper. You know, and trying to figure it out. You know what I mean? And how
Right.
could I best utilize this paper and convince you that this is a full and complete drawing with a minimum amount of rendering. But I mean, I could do the hyper rendering and all that kind of stuff, but there's too many people out there doing that. There's too much to compete with, as far as I'm concerned. I'm like, well,
That's
I don't want to compete with Olivier Coipel. You know, this guy is a monster. You know what I mean?
right.
And Travis Sherrist, or he knows how
Shelley,
he knows how to pronounce. Yeah, yeah.
Right. He knows.
I'm always teasing him about that. So, but it's and there's all those guys that were, you know, right under them doing the same thing where they figured out, and I was just like, you know, I got to do something left of them. It's just like I think I mentioned before, where Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan and the divide between the two, where everybody else after Bruce Lee died became a version of Bruce Lee. You know, Bruce Lee, Bruce Lie, Bruce, you know, all of that kind of stuff.
Those guys.
Jackie Chan wanted to, you know, be his own thing. So he did the opposite, everything opposite of what Bruce did, where Bruce kicked high. Jackie said, well, I got to kick low, you know, and I can't put on a cool, serious face like Bruce. Now I got to be funny.
Right.
So that's how I look at the landscape of where I'm going to where I could stand out from the pack. That's why Bass Reeves looks as out of the ordinary, you know.
Well, I think that's part of the trick. I'm shoving food in my face, but I think part of the trick is having, and we talked about this before as well, having enough balls to kind of do something different. Because if you're doing the same thing all the time and you're doing the same thing a lot of other people are doing, you know, how do you get noticed? Now you may crash and burn if you go outside the box, but you also might change your entire, you know, trajectory of your career.
Yeah. Well, there's some artists that we know that are very famous or very, famous, popular, whatever. I won't say popular. I'd say famous.
Mm-hmm.
That are known for their style and they've done it for so long, but you could tell that they're kind of fed up with the style and they want to do something different, but they know not to go too far out of their familiar comfort zone of what people expect of them, but they'll do things that makes their art look not quite there, and it makes people think, oh, he's not as good as he was when he was younger, or this, that, and the other. And I don't think that's the case. It's something that they're just getting like, I don't want to draw this thing the same again. Let me just add a little bit of this here. Okay, let me pinch this a little differently here, but not go too far. But let me exercise this desire to create something other than, you know, for myself.
Right.
You know, and it's a struggle for them. I could see it in their art. Every time I look at them, I'm like, man, it sucks that you have to be a slave to this thing that people expect of you.
No, that's an excellent point, and you're right. It's, you know, when people, I mean, there is a difference. I mean, I'm not going to call, you know, name any names, but there's guys that, you know, you can tell either are not putting the same effort in or they're just losing it. And then there's guys that, like you said, are trying to do something a little bit different, and they could be perceived as maybe not putting the same amount of effort in because it doesn't look exactly like it's looked for, you know,
30, 40 years.
Yeah. you know, you take somebody like Arthur Adams or something, right, where he doesn't, I mean, he still does like hyper detailed stuff, but it's cleaner and it's different. You know what I mean? It's more evolved. Like when you could see like in his early work on like Long Shot and stuff, that he was still kind of finding what he was doing, figuring it out. And now he's sort of solidified that his look into a concrete style.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you could look at Arthur's stuff and say, well, oh, I really liked what he did on that New Mutants annual or that X-Men annual, you know, where he had all those kind of like lines floating all over the place that didn't necessarily mean anything, as opposed to what he's doing now, and think that, you know, that it, you know, that he's not trying as hard. Well, I mean, that'd be stupid to say, because you look at his commissions and you're like, Judas Priest, the amount of work he puts into those things. But it's different, you know, and it's the same, but it's different. It's evolved a little bit. And Michael Golden's the same way, you know. Oh, I really loved his Batman Family, where he kind of went through that kind of, he was early in his stage, was more bloopy looking, you know, more like clay. And now it's really sort of slick and refined and really cool. And I can see the people that would look at that and, oh, I'd rather, you know, I loved his G.I. Joe stuff. What he's doing now isn't the same or whatever. And
haven't you noticed those two guys have produced more in their latter years than their earlier? These guys are producing like madmen now.
Well, mostly though on the commission stage, though, they're still not doing a lot of comic work.
Arthur's been doing a lot more covers than he's done, again, in the earlier part of his career. You wouldn't think so, but he has. I'm like, man.
Well, no, yeah, cover work, absolutely he has. But I still don't know that he's not doing a lot of interior stuff still. Although I guess, you know, Walter said, and this I didn't even know, but Walter and Weezy got back together and did X Factor not too long ago. It was like called, it's like, I wrote it down because I said, I didn't know about this. I got to go find it. It was like classic X-Men or something like that. And then he had mentioned that, oh shoot, where is it? And I wrote it down so I wouldn't forget it. Now I can't find the thing I wrote it down on. Someone knows in there. They'll tell me. Someone in the comments. You guys remember what it was called? Legends or something, like X-Men Legends or something.
Okay.
He had said that Arthur Adams did the 2 issues after they were done, and I was like, really? And I had no clue this happened at all. And they were not doing, you know, contemporary Marvel X-Men. They were doing the old X Factor.
I got to go find these now.
And it was like apparently like new material that they were doing with the old characters. And I was like, wow, I want that, you know. And then he did offhand mention that he goes, yeah, I think it was right in between Arthur Adams issues or something. I'm like, wait a minute, Arthur did a couple of those too, you know? Yeah, so I got to go find that stuff. There we go. X-Men Legends 3 and 4 is what it's called. So there's like a series called X-Men Legends apparently, and so Simonson did 3 and 4. They did, you know, X Factor. But so is I correct? I'm asking the comment section here. Am I correct when I heard that Arthur Adams did some of those too? So we shall see how they respond.
Maybe I should draw something so people stop looking at my face.
Well, you know, you just you're getting buried right now by me, so it's kind of at some point you might want to join in and try and defend your title a little bit.
No, you don't want none of this smoke. I already beat you 3 times.
Oh, yeah. No, I've been on a roll, man. This stuff's been pretty good this weekend, so I always get nervous, you know, especially start doing this stuff live, and you're like, what if it doesn't turn out? But I've been pretty happy with the results. So I'm in a groove right now, dude. So watch out.
Yeah.
There he goes. Numbers 1 and 2 was Adams, and 3 and 4 were Simonson, he thinks. X-Men Legends. Man, I didn't even know that book existed. Now I'm going to go find those issues. That's cool. I wonder how they sold. I'm certainly not a barometer for comic book sales. I have no idea what's going on anymore. Clearly.
I just know they're not selling as much as manga.
You know, I had that conversation with Dave Olbrich, and we agreed on this, that comparing manga to American comics is like apples and oranges. You know, the manga stuff, a lot of it's black and white. They're working in a style where it's not as refined or as tight. It's looser stuff, so they're producing more pages, you know, much faster than American artists are.
Hey, Aaron.
Hmm?
Which sells more, apples or oranges?
Well, no, I'm not arguing that, but I'm just saying that.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, but it also, yeah, but it's the cost of production and everything else is factored into that. And, you know, those guys aren't, I'm sure, not getting paid what American comic book artists are.
They're getting paid way more. That's why.
You think they're getting paid more?
Yeah, most of those guys are millionaires.
Well, are they getting that off sales, though, or off of page rate? Okay.
That's why they become famous. That's why they get animated shows sooner than later. And they're in reprints like crazy.
A new ice thing. Okay, thanks. Time to go. I'm having a side conversation here.
How dare you two-time me?
Shelley's going to go get me a new ice bag to sit on.
Oh my goodness. Hi, Shelley.
You just missed her, but I'll tell her you said hi when she comes back. So your contention then is that American comics should be able to sell as good as manga, or what exactly are you saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, so then why don't they?
Because they don't want to use their template. They don't want to bend and learn or accept, you know. They just want to force feed this thing. And I told you they already failed by making everything an event thing, and everything is on this super high quality paper. Everything is this. Everything has to be. They're not about business. They're about whatever agenda it is that isn't business oriented. You know.
Okay, well, how would you change American comics to compete with manga in terms of sales? What would you do?
I would honestly try to find the talents, say like yourself, the Adam Hugheses, the this, that, and the other. I wouldn't have this is me being, you know, kind of jerky, but I wouldn't have everybody and their mother working there. You know, they got too many titles out that they can't even maintain, that are losing money. And even on certain titles, I would treat them like animation. If you want to get them out weekly or bi-weekly, like some of them, or bi-monthly or monthly, all those ranges and stuff like that, start creating art teams. Like some of these guys have art teams. Like you have a main artist. Just say like if it was you're the main artist, right? But you have hired a background artist. You know what I'm saying? And you hired all this, but you're the lead of this thing. Just like an animation team has an art director that supervises all this, and that art director is the main character artist. And he also has supervision over the backgrounds and how he wants to see them. He doesn't necessarily draw them, but he knows, okay, I want it from this perspective.
Right.
Because that stuff is a non-essential characteristic. You know, what people are buying are the characters.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, how often do you have to keep drawing cars? But there's people out there that are talented, that have a calling towards that love doing that, and would love to, you know what I'm saying? I've had people who wanted to do that stuff for me, and I didn't take an advantage of it. I could have, I should have, and I could have been producing like a madman, But if it's about feeding an addiction towards story, which anime does, it feeds an addiction towards, we need this story and we need it at a certain time and we need it at a certain quality. Well, they found a system.
Right.
But America, because we're so pig-headed, on certain things, I'm not saying all of us, they don't want to think that way. They don't want to think business. And they don't want to give the person who came up with said idea or creation or whatever their due, or their money, or their partnership, or whatever it is. But there's also a downside of it. I mean, it is a young man's game to produce that kind of work at that kind of schedule. But you could Americanize it to work a little bit better for people like yourself and the John Burns and all those other kind of people who still want to be in the game but don't want to produce a monthly book, but they could if they had people helping them on the way to knock this stuff out and get these stories out. Because what's the most important thing? It's the story, And I'm not saying give writers all the love like how they're doing it now. Right. It's just meaning the story in total. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's a consideration to take, but we're not willing to take it because they always want to put everything on the artist to be the set director, the director of photography, the fashion designer, and all this other kind of stuff, and keep all of that stuff, going on a monthly basis. Knock this stuff out. It's taxing. It's taxing on people's brains. It is just like you can only maintain that for so long. And the ones that get to, thrive are the ones that get to thrive off of the backs of those who can knock this stuff out, like the Mark Bagleys, the Aaron Leprestis, and all this kind of, the late great Norm Brayfogle.
Yeah.
Those guys who maintain those monthly things to feed that addiction afford people like Olivier Coipel, Travis Charest to be more decadent with their art and take a long time. Because if it was predicated off of the backs of just those guys who just finesse comics would have died a long time ago.
Right.
If we had to wait for Adam Hughes to produce a book, comics would have died a long time ago.
Yeah.
But it's because of guys like you who understand this is work and we got to knock it out and we got to, produce it well enough, Well,
you're right about that. It's the industry, and it always is. Well, it hasn't always been like this, but it became like this with the advent of the superstar artist, right?
Yeah.
Where guys were rewarded for meeting deadlines and getting the work done and getting it out there because they understood that how essential that was to actually making money.
Yeah.
Then it became, when the comics became, now they're popularizing the writers or over popularizing the writers. But back then they used to over popularize the artists, right? And so now these superstar artists, and so, well, the more detailed you were, like Jim Lee or whoever, the better you were and the more desirable you were. And suddenly it didn't matter if the comics were out on time or not. What mattered was, does it look like Jim Lee? Are you putting as many lines in as Jim is? Or, can you do what Arthur Adams is doing, or whatever? And that became more important because those books would always seem to, when they did do the stuff, it always seemed to sell really well because it was cool. Like you said, the event comic, right?
Mm-hmm.
But they just quit rewarding people that got the job done on time. And I'm not saying that everybody that got the job done on time was good, but there's a lot of people that are really good that do get the job done on time, and they get kind of categorized with, as riffraff or journeyman or whatever. And you're kind of like, dude, just because I can meet a deadline doesn't mean I'm a hack.
Exactly.
But that's just been sort of ignored. It's like, when an industry basically survives on deadlines, and all you do is reward people who don't meet deadlines, that doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. 100%.
But that's what it's become.
Yeah, I agree. And your stuff is like home cooking. You know what I mean? The other people are those fine dining where you just get, that one bite and it was so delicious or whatever, but it's not fulfilling.
Mm.
When it's people like yourself that actually have all the fundamentals that other artists could, follow and understand, and even young artists could go, oh, okay, this is what I would like to do, and I would like to, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's that home cooking of like, yeah, this is solid work, and I won't be disappointed because it's all there.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's important. You know what I mean? Granted, there is room for those people to do something outside of the box, and there's room for even you to do something outside of the box, but that shouldn't be the whole shebang.
Well, it can't be. I mean, I never understood it, because I grew up, obviously, I grew up as a young, impressionable kid in the 70s, right? I was a teenager and a young adult in the 80s, but, or an older teenager in the 80s. But, you read the book that we all read, which is How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you look at any of those things, and they were always preaching deadlines. They were always preaching, get the book done on time, so teach yourself you have to do this many pages, or, and that was kind of the thing. So when, I broke in, that was the thing, right? But then like I said, it ceased to be the thing, and it was, and it started turning into, well, raise the price, and, we'd rather have this look really cool, and everybody go, oh my gosh, that's, or not necessarily really cool, because people were doing really cool stuff on a monthly basis. I mean, John Buscema, for crying out loud. But, it became from, man, this is really good, can you do it on time, to, man, this is really good, I don't care if you can do it on time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Dan DiDio once told me, I won't say who the artist was, because I don't want to cast shade on anybody, but I said, why are you paying this guy so much? He's not doing anything. And he goes, well, I'd rather have him do nothing for us than nothing for Marvel. So it was kind of like this sort of weird prestige thing that so-and-so is under contract at DC, even though he's not really doing anything,
So no wonder he lost his job.
This was several years before he lost the job. But I mean, that was the thinking. And I had this conversation because I'm not the type of person that can overlook the business details of the industry and just pretend that I'm like this fine artist and a purist, and none of this other stuff matters as long as every line is perfect kind of guy. And I do want my stuff to look great. I do want people to love the stuff and think it looks great, but I don't neglect the business side of it and the understanding of the business side of it to achieve that goal, because you can't. Because if you overlook the business side of it, you have no business. Now you're drawing at home and no one's seeing it because there's no industry. Because like you said, you kill it by not producing anything. And so I've always had this conversation with guys since I was at DC, because I always had a really good relationship with the upper brass at DC. I mean, until AT&T, obviously, but during the Dan DiDio era, let's say, and I would just go, why are I love so and so's art. I go, I really do. I said, but you're paying that guy 3 times what you're paying me, and he's not producing anything for you hardly.
Yeah.
And I can, you can put me on the same book and you will get it every month. You'll get it on time and it'll look good. you know, and they didn't really have an answer for me. They're like, well, yeah, you're right, but you know, so-and-so's still going to get $500 a page, and you're not. And but I guess maybe they didn't have to pay him very much because they didn't do hardly anything. I don't know, but it's an upside down business model where, and like you said, I love Travis Chare's art. I absolutely love it. And all these guys that don't produce a lot of stuff, yeah, their stuff is really, really cool. And that's why it's really, really cool, is because they don't do that much, and they spend all this time perfecting every single panel, right? But then you don't really get the experience. You sit around wishing that there was more of their work, and there never is more of their work. And I would much rather, be able to gravitate to a guy as a young reader, as a kid, to somebody like Buscema, whose work I really liked, and I knew it was going to be there every month when I picked that book up, or Gene Colan, or any number of guys. I mean, Simonson on Thor, for crying out loud. That was some really cool stuff, and it was there every month.
Yeah.
He had a couple of fill-ins here and there, but not like every third issue or something. It was.
I'm talking to your people in your chat, asking them for suggestions on.
Yep, I see that. Natasha Romanoff, Sergeant Rock. What is with Hyper Potato and Sergeant Rock? Jonah Hex, G.I. Joe, Nightcrawler. Nightcrawler would be cool.
Yeah, I think I might do Nightcrawler. Maybe.
Or Ben Grimm, The Thing. That's always fun. Rocketeer. That's not bad.
Yeah, Rocketeer's all right.
Johnny Quest.
No.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to spend the time to draw something, you guys got to understand. We want to draw something someone might want to buy from us at some point.
Exactly. Johnny Quest needs an environment, and I don't feel like drawing an environment.
Yeah, that's true. I would go with Nightcrawler or The Thing. There you go. If I were David Williams, that's what I would do.
Someone said Venom, but I already have a Venom on my desk that I have to color. Oh, I'll show it to you.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to videotape it, but I messed up like 3 times already.
Are you talking about hand coloring here?
Yeah.
Or you're going to digital color it?
Hand color.
Okay. Holy crap, that's pretty is this a commission?
Yeah.
So that's Spidey and the Lizard and Venom?
Yeah.
Holy crap. There's a lot going on there, man.
Yeah.
Now, do you talk about your commission prices openly, or is that something that needs to be discussed in private?
No, I don't have a problem.
Well, let me put it this way. If I come to you and say, David, I want this really cool 3-character piece, what are you charging me for it? And you're going to do color?
Yeah. So I think this was like 700 or something like that.
That seems fairly reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, on marble paper, 11x17, full color, background, all that kind of stuff. Sure.
See, now you get on me for that's right in line with what I charge. So you can't get on me for not charging enough.
Yeah, but you're more popular or famous than me, whatever that means.
Well, with the Kmart crowd, I am.
Nah. You're with the in crowd.
Well, now that I have my own YouTube channel, I'm as hip as they come, my friend.
Exactly.
I need to get some shades like you, but I'm almost there.
Someone said Aunt May. Yeah.
Okay, well, Rhaegar Targaryen it says, oh yeah, Emma Frost would be dank. Well, I'm doing Emma Frost right after. I'm not doing Emma Frost. I'm drawing Emma Frost right after I finish Spider-Gwen. So one of us will be doing that.
So I'm going to do Nightcrawler.
Someone said Colossus. It's fun because he's big and hulky like.
Yeah.
Now go with Nightcrawler. Do it.
Yeah.
You've made the commitment. Do it.
Yeah.
I get a little Bamf in there. You know, that's always fun.
Yeah.
Hyper Potato, you are who I was talking to. Says, I love Kmart and the blue light specials, and that you are a Kmart shopper. I knew it. We got a pretty good crowd right now, which is pretty good for 6 o'clock on a Sunday, although my show usually is at 5:30, so I'm kind of right into that sweet spot on Sunday evening, where people are done with their activities for the day and they're tuning in to see some quality drawing and deep conversation. And listen to my dog bark. I may be my son rolling in. He buys stuff and he has it shipped here because he lives in an apartment. So, and he knows I'm obviously all the time. So he's like been buying old comics recently, and he just picked up at a 9/2 Avengers 55, which is 55, which is first appearance of or 56, 55, first appearance of Ultron.
Oh,
It's
okay.
downstairs, nice little CGC graded book, and said he would come by and pick it up. So I said, well, dude, I said, I'm going to be doing Aaron Con, so can't really hang with you today. Got to pay the bills, brother.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to take a second to remind everybody as we're drawing here that that you should all read this. That's right. Subscribe to my channel. Like and subscribe. I'm trying to get to 1,000. We are getting really close. So if you're watching this and enjoying the banter that I have with, to even say that David at this point is a guest star, he's more really a
Co-host.
really. You're a regular on the show at this point. So if you love this kind of content, which I know you do, like and subscribe, because quite frankly, let's face it, it's free. So, and it would do me a world of good to have as many subscribers as possible. At least that's what I keep getting told. I'll let you know when it actually happens, when I get over 1,000, if it makes a difference. Ugh. I have to turn a little bit of more light on my, it's getting darker here, and I have all the lights off because it's so stinking hot in here, but it's getting dark and I can't see what I'm drawing. Like, all right, let's see how that is. Dang it, now it's washing out the drawing. I'm telling you, I can't. There we go. I think that's all right. So you don't usually do, well, you're doing some commissions while you're working on Bass Reeves, but you don't really open your commission list until you're like in between projects. Is that pretty much standard for you?
Yeah. And I overcommitted, so I have to get done with, some before I reopen it again.
Now, do you collect money up
Yeah, because I had a few guys, abuse that thing, and
well, but if you say, like, let's say you have a list of 5, right? And someone comes in and says you're going to take 6 commissions, and the 6th guy comes in, right? But you're not going to get to it for like 2 weeks. Do you still have them pay you at that point, or do you wait until you start the commission to get them to pay?
No, whenever it is, it's like I'll have a list of 20, and then I'll take all the money of all that, and I let people know that there's this many ahead of you or whatever,
So you take the money right when they get on the list. That's what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah. And
I put the list on, and then I collect the money just before I start. Because that way, to me, it takes the pressure off me that if you collect the money, right, and you got a list of 20, for example, and suddenly you're 6 months and you still haven't got to that 20th guy or whatever, you start feeling the pressure a little bit, right?
oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah. See, if I have a list of 20, but I haven't taken the money, and then I call him up and say, hey, you were number 20. You know, he's been on the list for 6 months, and I say, do you still want me to go ahead with it? And he'll say yay or nay. And if he says yes, then I get the money. So I still haven't really started drawing until I collect the money, so I don't get stiffed. But then I don't have that hanging over my head that, I collected, $500, $600 or whatever from somebody 6 months ago, and I still haven't done their commission.
Yeah.
So that's how I work around it. And it's worked out pretty well, actually.
Well, that's why I feel terrible about the ones that I haven't finished yet. Anyway, but some of the ones that I did were like black and white, and I let them know. I said, hey, I could bump this up to color. I apologize for the wait, and they're fine with it. And so I feel bad about these other real life things that come in the way, but I also don't like giving people crummy artwork that I could have just dashed out just to appease a marker.
Now, so how many different tiers do you limit the options people have to get commissions from you, or is you just kind of let them call a shot and then you kind of figure out what it would cost to do it?
I generally I have a set rate for a figure in color or black and white, and they could pick whomever they want.
Right, but I meant like for example, if I tell people, I usually give them once I say I do 11 by 17 single figure, limited background, full color, $375. If you want the same thing in black and white, it's $300 or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
But because some people are like, well, what if you get a 9 by 12? Can I get it for $200? Or what if you did, I need 11 by 14.
I don't do all that. Nah.
Yeah, right, exactly. So you kind of say everything's 11 by 17. Here's your options that fit into that format. If you want to do 2 characters, is this much? And okay.
Yeah. Because
it can get crazy because you have to sit there and go, look, I don't have a price tier for 20 different options, It's like,
yeah,
I have to sit there and figure out what's fair. And okay, well, if I'm charging $375 for a full color 11 by 17, this guy wants a 9 by 12 full color. How much less would that? It's just. So I'm glad I'm not the only one who's like, I can't deal with that many options. And then just someone asking you, hey, what are your prices? And you have to give them you have to type in 15 different options. You're like, ugh.
Yeah, exactly. That becomes a little bit nuts.
Do you have your rates or anything posted any place, or do you just, when you open up your commission list, you go, your rate?
I think I had it up on my DeviantArt, but I haven't been there in a long time.
Oh my gosh, I haven't been on DeviantArt forever. I think that site's dead, isn't it? I mean, it's still alive, but I just don't think it's as popular, near as popular as it used to be.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I guess because of Instagram or whatever.
No, I know why, but I'm not going to say it because I don't want to be. I don't want to.
No, now I got to hear it.
I'll tell you off air why I think it's not.
All right.
Everybody's like, ooh. I really try to go out of my way to not say anything that'll make me seem like a jerk. And let's face it, we all have some opinions about certain things that people would go, God, I can't believe you said that. What a jerk. So I just, I don't say it. It may come into my mind, but I'm not going to say it.
You're a better man than me.
Well, you know as well as I do, but you you are quite a bit more bold than I am about, I'm always like, no, don't burn the bridge. Don't burn the bridge. Don't burn the bridge. And you're like, you know what? If you're being a jerk or you're, you just like, you don't put up with it. And I admire that because I tend to let a lot of things slide that I probably shouldn't let slide simply for the sake of, well, this could be a job 6 months from now. So I better be nice, even though this person's being an idiot.
Man, as much as they rotate people around us, they'll forget and
That's true.
get with the next person and stuff like that. So
It's true. I had an editor tell me one time when I was trying to break in, I won't mention his name because the funny thing is I see him around. He's not an editor anymore, but I see him around occasionally at cons. He comes up and talks to me like we're old friends and stuff. And he was just a dick to me. I went into his office and I had a really great drawing of the creeper along with some other samples, right?
mm-hmm.
It was like a spin-up piece of the creeper, and I still have it because it turned out so well that I've kept it all these years. And it's like, I'm talking about something that's 25 years old and is still really good. It's like one of those times you're just like, you kind of went outside your body and did something you weren't normally capable of, and you're like, oh, I'm keeping this.
Yeah.
That was those things, right? Well, he was definitely looking not to hire me, right?
Uh-huh.
Even though he agreed to, because I had done something for him before, and I didn't do a great job on it, admittedly. And so I went in there with some new samples, kind of, and he's looking through my portfolio, and he comes to the creeper piece, and he goes, "Is that supposed to be the creeper?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "It doesn't look like the creeper." I mean, just that's what he said, right? And I'm like, "Well, I don't know what you want me to say to that." And then it was so funny.
It's like, then how did you know it was a creeper?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was the whole dumb thing about it. I was just kind of like, I don't know what you want me to say, And I just kind of shrugged. And then so he's looking at my portfolio and flipping back and forth. And then the guy that comes in to share the office with him. This was in the Batman office. I'll just say that. And he comes walking in and he looks over the shoulder at the thing. He goes, "Oh, dude, cool creeper." He goes and sits down, and I just kind of looked at this other guy, and he just and discuss why he couldn't hire me because I sucked. It was just and then I see this guy around at cons. He comes and starts talking to me like we're old friends, and I'm like, you probably don't remember what a dick you were to me when I was in your office that one time, but
yeah.
But I'll never forget that. It was so funny. I still got it sitting over there in my flat file because it's like one of my. Actually,
now I got to go see it. Go get it.
Now I'm going to grab it right now. You're drawing, so people can watch you draw for like 2 minutes while I go grab this. Got to get it. It's in a portfolio right over here. Well, at least I thought it was. Why isn't it in here? Oh, there it is. Okay, it is in here. Now, do you have like a portfolio that you keep you grab a page and you go, I'm never selling this. Or here's a cover and you're like, I'm never selling this, and you just kind of like a portfolio of like untouchables.
No, I used to think I would, but the only thing I'm keeping now is the Bass Reeves artwork.
I've just got certain things that I remember, and actually I'm kind of happy about it. I've got this terrific splash page from Planet Hulk that I did an annual for. It was like kind of it took place before Planet Hulk, but sort of tied into Planet Hulk.
Mm-hmm.
And it has this fantastic splash page of the Hulk in his gladiator armor, just like thrashing the Marvel universe.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, it's a really cool page, and Danny Mickey inked it, right? So it looks really cool. And I was going to sell it, and I remember my son at a convention going, "Don't sell that. I'm like, oh, come on, I can get like, $400 for it or whatever. He's like, don't sell it, and I'm like, all right, I won't. So I kept it. I could probably get $1,500 for that right now if I wanted to sell it, but I'm not going to sell it. I'll keep it. I guess he's going to get it. That was his master plan. I'll wait till Dad dies and then I'll take it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
No, he was like, but it's funny. My son was very instrumental in a lot of pages of me not selling them, because you get in that mode where, dude, I need the money. It's like, don't sell that. Don't sell that. So I like my Marvel Adventures Avengers covers. I've got like, I still saved, I think I have 2 of them. I sold 2 of them and kept 2 of them. But I always try to keep at least a page out of something I've worked on, like the best. And it's not always like the splash page. It's, a panel page I really like or something. I'll keep it out of a certain issue or whatever. So I have something left. And I don't, it's not like I sell everything I have. I have a ton of artwork, but like every issue of Wonder Woman, I've got a page. I've got a couple of splash pages from Wonder Woman that that people would very, very happy to take off my hands, but I'm just like, nah, I'm keeping it. All right, there it is. There's the creeper piece.
Oh, wow. Sheesh.
And the guy, now most people would see that piece and go, wow, that's really cool, right?
Yeah.
This dude is like, is that supposed to be the creeper? I'm like, yeah, doesn't look like the creeper. I'm like,
that's 100% the creeper.
It's like, whatever, dude. You know what I mean? It's got lighting effect and everything. It just turned out really well, It's like, and this is like mid to late 90s. Probably late 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a creeper miniseries. Unfortunately, I could never get off the ground because I wasn't. If I had pitched it to, Dan DeDeal let me do that Metamorpho miniseries. So he would eventually I could have probably talked him into doing a creeper thing, but I had him. You remember that whole thing they did with Eclipso, and they had like the Eclipso gem was on the cover of the Eclipso #1 that Bart Sears did.
Yeah,
and it was like this whole event thing, but Eclipso was the villain, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can't remember exactly what it was called, but I had a creeper because a lot of characters disappeared and because of these events that Eclipso did. And so I was like, what if I had the creeper, come back from this, he was put into this basically an alternate reality or something. He comes back and he's not just a dude wearing a mask anymore. He really is the creeper. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of really lost his mind. He had like this, I had this little character, like a Batmite character. It was like a little creeper that he talked to that we don't really know if it was there or not. And I made it more like a monster book as opposed to just a, super goofy superhero.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't in a position of, I hadn't really done anything of significance at that point. This was before CrossGen, so I wasn't, no one was going to look at me and go, that's a great idea, Aaron, why don't you do it? We'll let you write and draw it, Because all I had to push at that point was, well, I wrote and drew Xena, for Tops. And that probably wasn't quite as impressive to the folks at DC as, because they were actively looking for a creeper. That's why I did that. They were actively looking for a creeper series, and they even had Mignola turned in a proposal for one, and they turned that down.
Really?
I don't know, and I was like, seriously? He's like, I think it was, I can't remember who the editor was. Was it Len Kaminsky maybe? I don't remember, because no, Len was at Marvel. Who was it at DC? But anyway, he was like, we were just getting bombarded with creeper proposals because everybody's a fan of the creeper and thinks they can do them right, kind of thing, right? And the thing they finally ended up doing the series, and it was very unsuccessful. And I can't remember who wrote it. And I'm not saying it was bad. I'm just saying it was not successful.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just thought it was funny that they would turn down a Mignola Creeper book.
You know
And then-
why?
Huh?
You know why they did?
Why?
Because he's black.
Who, Mignola or the Creeper?
Mignola. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Uh,
Now you get hired because you're black. Now, back then you got fired
exactly.
black.
Back then they would just not hire you because, you know,
Right.
now they're overcompensating.
Right. Exactly. You got to make up for it.
Yeah.
Well, that's not. I mean, we're joking, but that's not really true because I mean, you started really early, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you and Jerome both. Like Jerome was like 17 or 18 when he had his first job.
Yep.
Oh my! And his stuff, holy crap, his stuff was good when he was. I couldn't believe how good that stuff was as a high schooler. I'm like, are you kidding me? Yours too was like, man, I didn't get to that near that level until I was like well into my 30s, you know, where I was starting to actually do what I considered like, you know, really good professional work. It's just when you guys are coming out of high school, like just knocking people's socks off. It's like, wow.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. What was that first book? It was the Impact Line, right? That you worked on first?
Yep.
Was it the which title? Was it Jaguar? No,
Yep. Yep.
What?
Mm-hmm.
How about that?
It was Jaguar.
And how old were you when you were working on that?
18, 19.
Oh my gosh. I was pathetic when I was 19. My work was so bad. Oh well. I got caught up. Took me a few years, but I've always been a late bloomer. My problem really was I had too many. My interests were too diverse growing up. Like I wanted to be a makeup artist, and then I wanted to be an animator, and then I wanted to be a filmmaker, and then I had too many interests and lacked the kind of focus I needed on one particular thing to really, really get good at it, for a while. I was focused totally as a young kid. I did all the heavy lifting when I was young. But then when you're starting to really sort of form into, a style and, getting close to being doing professional work, that's when I started getting distracted. I was 17, 18, 19 years old, when I really should have been buckling down to kind of take that next step. I was, kind of distracted doing other things. And I didn't really get back into art hardcore until about 88, 87. So I took it like 5 years where I was just kind of recreationally drawing. I wasn't really practicing and trying to improve my skills because I was pursuing film and, contemplating other possibilities. And so I really retarded my skills, and it took me a long time to get back up to where I probably should have been when I was 21. I was in my 30s before I hit that point again.
Aaron?
Yes.
Retarded is not politically correct. You can't use it.
No, you can say you can say it if you're not referring to a person, if you're referring to
you can never say it.
Oh, okay. All right. I just lost 15 subscribers. But yeah, so it was but you never you always think you got it figured out, especially when you're young, right? What you're going to do, where you're going to end up, and it just never quite goes the path that you've laid out for yourself, because God generally has other ideas.
Yeah, God says, forget your plans.
Yeah, that's right. What are you thinking, man? That sucks. We're going to do this instead. And, but so you sit there in 2020 hindsight and go, oh my gosh, if I had just gone to art school, if I'd gone to Cal Arts, well, I couldn't afford Cal Arts, but if I'd gone to someplace art school when they were still teaching commercial art, and illustration out of high school, I could have been in comics or illustration or something at 22 instead of, trying to get my general eds out of the way so I could go to film school.
Yeah. Now, you said you wanted to do makeup design.
I was really thinking about it because I was a big fan of Rick Baker. And then, of course, I saw The Thing that Rob Bottin did, and that just kind of the stuff, American Werewolf in London, and then the Howling, and just, all this cool special effects type stuff. And I was like, I'm not kidding, because I was a junior in high school, and our literature teacher, who was a really cool guy, an English teacher, he was a big film fan, and he got all the, when they switched over, they used to film with Super 8 cameras. They would film all the sporting events, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you go back and actually watch film after the game, right? So like they tape our basketball games, the football games and everything. Well, when that switched over to video in the late 70s, they had all these Super 8 cameras that they have been using for this. And so this English teacher of mine collected all the Super 8 cameras and started a film program.
Wow.
Yeah, so it was really cool. So I was taking film in, my junior and senior year from him, which was an elective, but it was still awesome, right? And we would enter our films in contests and things like that. So it was legit. And but I remember reading I think it was a Fangoria magazine. And I think it was just about the time, it would have been, when did The Thing come out? The Thing was in 82.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they were working on it in 81, somewhere in there, where I would have been a junior in high school. That's about right. And they, he was talking about how Rob Bottin, as a teenager, had sent some drawings to Rick Baker, because he wanted to get into, special effects makeup. And Baker liked his drawings and hired him to, as an apprentice or whatever. And then, of course, Rob Bottin went on to do The Thing and do his own solo stuff. The Howling he did, and followed up with The Thing, and then some other stuff. And so I was reading this article, and I was like, man, I should send my stuff to Rick Baker. And so I almost did it, but I was kind of torn between, do I want to do that? If I, of course, he was in California at the time and I was in Oregon. So it would have been like a 17-year-old could just, hop down to California and be his apprentice. But, as I got out of high school, I was considering it, and Joe Blasco used to have a special effects makeup school down in LA.
Mm-hmm.
I was seriously considering going to that. And, eventually ended up going to regular film school at USC. But so I was, I wasn't thinking comics at all at that. I mean, I was a fan of comics. I was still reading comics, but as a kid, I wanted to be a comic book artist. But when I got into that in high school, it started switching towards film and film related stuff. And I kind of got away from pursuing comics as my dream job. And then I went to film school and it didn't really work out. I didn't give it much of a chance, but when you graduate from film school, the way USC is set up is UCLA and USC are totally different. UCLA, you go there and you basically pay for everything yourself. Yeah. So there's no real limitation. If you want to do, you can do your graduate film if you could raise the money and go do whatever you wanted, right?
Mm-hmm.
At USC, that's set up more as a, it was when I was, I don't know how they're doing it now, obviously, but it was set up more as a studio system.
Mm-hmm.
So you had to, everything was covered in your tuition, right? So you weren't paying extra for film, and you weren't paying, that was all part of it, but
Mm-hmm.
you got a limited amount. You couldn't go out and do whatever you wanted. Whereas UCLA, you were paying for all that stuff yourself. So you could basically, whatever you could afford, you could go do.
Mm-hmm.
But USC, they had these parameters. And so you'd have to serve on a graduate film, and then you would be eligible to direct one the next semester. And so, I was an assistant director on one. And then, I tried to get a director job the next semester, and I didn't. So then at that point, I was pretty much out of money. And it was like some of those guys, most of them are from rich families, and they just stayed in school and kept interviewing to be directors until they got to direct a film, right? Because then you're leaving with a 20-minute sync sound color film as your reel to go get an agent and whatever. Mm-hmm. But most of us were graduating without that because it wasn't set up that everybody got the opportunity to do that.
Yeah.
And whereas if I'd gone to UCLA, I didn't get accepted to UCLA, of course, but if I'd gone to UCLA, I could have made my own graduate film, just, raise the money over the summer and just go make my own film and it would be my graduate project. But they weren't set up that way at SC. So I got out of school with really nothing. And I was reading scripts at TriStar for a while, which is a really thankless job. They paid us $50 per script. So you'd read the script, right? And it took you probably 2 to 3 hours to read the script. Mm-hmm. Then you had to do basically a book report, a 1.5-page book report on the script. But you had to do it in a way that made it sound, you weren't like reviewing it necessarily. You were reading it for producers that worked for TriStar, mm-hmm. right? So they didn't have to. Mm-hmm. And then you had to write the coverage in a way that they could read it and make it sound like they read it. Gotcha. And so when the agent called and said, "Hey, did you read my client's script?" They go, "Yeah, we didn't like it because of this, and that," right? And so and the thing is, if you didn't do the coverage good enough that they could fake their way through it, you got reprimanded, and eventually you get fired. And wow. If you recommended it, they basically told me to hire me, do not recommend any scripts. And I'm like, well, what if they're good? And they go, look, it had better be the best damn thing we've ever seen if you recommend a script. Yeah. Because then the producer actually has to read it. And if he doesn't like it and think it can get produced,
you're fired.
You're in trouble, right? You're fired, right? So you're under all this pressure, and they paid you $50 a script to read it and write up this coverage on it, bring it in, and then get yelled at for, liking it, right? And so eventually I got fired from that job.
Wow.
And so I was basically doing temp work in LA, which is actually not a bad gig because you sign up with a temp agency, and in LA you end up like working in a law firm in the records department, right? Which is like could be a career job for people, right? Mm-hmm. And so you're wearing a tie and you're actually feeling pretty good about yourself, like, hey, I'm doing a real job. But that wasn't obviously my career goals, and so I started thinking about comics again. I was like, maybe I should try that. I'm right here in LA. San Diego is just a few miles away. Why am I not going to the San Diego Con? And so that's what I did. I made some samples. I did some work for, you remember that company, Blackthorn? I think it was Steve Shanus's company.
Yeah.
Back in the late, they were doing like Planet Comics and stuff like that. And they were printing stuff. They were doing like Rambo and, Solomon Kane and things like that. And so I did a couple things for them. I got paid for one issue, and then I did like 3. I don't think I got paid for, or 2 I never got paid for. But anyway, that was the way, right? You work for these crappy independent publishers and just to get yourself published, and eventually kept grinding until I got hired at Marvel. But yeah, so I was really, so here I was out of school at, what was that, 88. So I was 24, and it just really hadn't seriously picked up a pencil for, 5 years. And so I had to kind of get back into it. And it took me several years to kind of become professional again. I was lucky that I was at the tail end of the boom. And so they just needed warm bodies to get books out. Mm-hmm. I probably never would have got a job because my stuff really sucked. And, but like I said, I got better. And then when I got over to doing Sludge, I had a real tough time at Marvel because I felt so much pressure. It was like, oh my gosh, I'm working at Marvel. I can't blow this. And as a result, I blew it, And when I got, but that's the thing, right? It's like you start telling yourself, I'm not going to make a mistake. I'm not going to make a mistake. And that's exactly when you're going to make a mistake.
Mhm.
And when I went over to Malibu, they let me do whatever the heck I wanted. They were like happy I was there and gave me complete free reign. And that's when I sort of kind of came into my own working on sludge and started getting better.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's the history of Aaron.
That's awesome.
And there's Spider-Gwen is done, ladies and gentlemen. There you go.
Woo! Look at that.
Spider-Gwen. So she's done. Now I get to do Emma Frost. So, did you read Excalibur?
Yeah, I mostly bought them. I didn't get into the story so much because I didn't care for those characters.
Oh, really? I liked it because they were sort of an oddball collection of. I always liked Captain Britain. I always thought his costume was cool, and I just love Alan Davis's artwork.
Absolutely.
And but I got into it, and Claremont was fine. He was. I thought there was some interesting character dynamics in the between Captain Britain's girlfriend Megan and Nightcrawler, and there was kind of like a sort of romantic triangle going on there that was interesting, and
yeah.
So that was the one, and that X Factor I loved because I always think I think Louise Simonson's such a great writer. She does such a good job of balancing, really good characterization with action, and rather than going one way or the other too far, she always seemed to get both elements in there really nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I was probably buying so much stuff. Also, I was just like, and doing comics. So I just couldn't follow too much stuff. But I still have them. I'll probably read them at some point.
Some of the going in the comments here, and it's like, that's funny. Graham Nolan and Chuck Dixon had a pitch for the Creeper that never saw the light of day. So that's what I said. Everybody, that's what this editor told me. Everybody and their brother had a pitch for the Creeper. And let's see. What if the Creeper was in an alternate reality? So essentially like our reality? Yeah. So essentially like our reality, yes. What if he existed today? Which is an alternate reality to many of us right now. Well, here's the thing. I never knew the Creeper was popular. He's not popular. He's popular with creators.
Yep.
Like Aquaman is popular with creators. Like Metamorpho is popular with creators. He's not popular with readers, and that's why they were so picky about doing the series, because they really didn't have enough confidence that it was going to sell, and they didn't really know which take on him would sell or if any of them would sell. So he says, was that Steve Niles' Creeper series? I don't know. Was Niles doing stuff back in the, well, this would have been the 90s, so it wasn't the 80s. It was in the 90s. I don't know. Maybe. And here we have Hyper Potato says, Creeper is cool. Look for his early stuff by Steve Ditko. That's the same guy that thinks Atari Force is cool. So, but yeah, Ditko, he first showed up in Showcase. I can't tell you the number off the top of my head. And then he spun off into his own series, and Ditko wrote and drew that. Yeah, look at that. Sequential artist says, man plans, God laughs. Indeed. And he must have really been cracking up with me. Is TriStar still around? I don't think they are. I think they got absorbed like by Columbia or somebody. Because they were Columbia TriStar for a while, and then somebody else bought them. You were in that crowd, weren't you, David, for a while?
What crowd?
In that Hollywood sort of scene when you were. What happened to TriStar and Columbia Pictures? Who owns them?
I have no idea.
Well, too long in New Mexico, he loses touch.
Pretty much. Thankfully.
Yeah, exactly. Thankfully. Stephen Ing is complimenting me on my Spider-Gwen. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate it. I'm trying to remember. I hope the guy wanted it with her mask off. I'm pretty sure he did. If he didn't, he got it that way anyway. Well, Jerome, that's kind of you. It is. I mean, that's another thing we haven't really touched on. Well, we did a little bit, but that's the other thing that sort of makes a career, right, is what you work on. You can be brilliant, but if you don't work on a good title, no one's ever going to see you. Yes, I do, Sequential Artist. I do have 2 copies of Shattered Generations, or Generation Shattered. Yeah, Generation Shattered. You mean this, right? Yes, I do. So $5 signed. But like I said, I think you've got some other stuff. Yeah, you bought some art, so I can throw it in with that if you want one. But go ahead and send the PayPal over and just make sure you identify what it's for so I don't get confused. But $5 will get you a signed copy of that, yeah. Oh, here we go. Louis Brightraven, who knows everything, pop culture, comes in and says Sony owns Columbia TriStar now. So there you go.
It's always good to have those types of friends that could give you the 411 at a moment's notice.
Oh man, that dude is. Well, he has his own. He has his own internet show, his own live stream too. Louis Brightraven, and so I'm giving you a little plug here, Louis. So you want to check out his channel, but he's one of those pop culture know-it-alls. So anything that has to do with movies or comics or TV, if I don't know it, he generally will have the answer within minutes.
That's awesome.
But yeah, Columbia and TriStar merged, and I was working for them actually when they merged. And of course, they downsized the story department when they merged. Big shock, right? And but they kept me around after the first merger because they were always never happy with my coverage, but I could pick movies. Like I could say, this is going to work. That sucks. This is good, kind of thing. But they were trying to get rid of me at the same. It was the weirdest thing. They kept me on, but then they started baiting me. They would give me scripts that they'd already bought to see if I'd okay them or reject them, so they'd have a reason to fire me. And I nailed every one of them. The ones they bought, I was like, you know what? You guys should consider getting this. This is pretty good. And they're like, oh, we already bought it. I'm like, why are you giving it to me then? And I was like, well, we wanted to trust you, make sure you're of the quality standards and blah, blah, blah. But eventually they can be, because I've never been a great essay writer. So my coverage, I never really got, my book reports were just not up to standards or whatever they needed. I never really got a clear idea of what they wanted me to do that I wasn't doing. So they finally let me go.
They canned you because you're black.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I said. So I'm like Jackson. I said, I bleached my skin, you guys. Now, joke's on you.
Uh-huh.
No, there was no internet, or I could have gone on the internet and, made a big hullabaloo about it, but I didn't. The best story I have was, this was after I got let go from TriStar. My roommate and I were both sort of, now one of them, I had 2 other roommates. Now one of them isn't working in film. The other one is directing. He just directed Tom Hanks in Greyhound not too long ago. And but the other roommate, we'd look in Variety and stuff, and they would always post job offers in the classified sections and things like that for like PAs and different jobs like that on films and things. And to get a PA job, which basically is a production assistant, and this is 1988, they were paying 88, 89. They were paying $250 a week. Like in LA was like, you couldn't live on that.
Yeah.
You know, my rent was more than that. And,
your water bill was more than that.
Right. But because so many people wanted the jobs, they could just say, well, fine, screw you. We'll get the next guy in line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's living at home with their parents can afford to work there for $250 a week, and I couldn't. So we had a real hard time finding sort of inroads into the film industry. But we saw this one ad. It was this, they needed production something or other. They didn't call them production assistants. I can't remember exactly what it was for this. I didn't say the name of the company. It was just the address, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we said, well, let's go check this out, you know? And so we drove over there, and it was like, it was in the valley. So I want to say maybe it was in Ventura, someplace around there. And we drove up, and it was a very inconspicuous looking building, right? It was one level, square, rectangle, kind of, pardon me, not square, rectangle. Almost looked like you'd see a manufactured home or something. You know, it was bigger than that, but it was that kind of like look to it. And we're like, this can't be, high production here. But, job's a job, right? So we walk in there, we interview him. And this lady, short hair, was wearing kind of a pantsuit thing, smoking a cigarette. It sounded like this, like the slug from Monsters, Inc., right? Always watching, always watching. That's exactly what she sounded like. And it turns out that they're this video porn production company.
I knew it. Uh-huh.
And we're sitting there, Sean and I are looking at each other going, oh my gosh, what we do here is we produce adult films, and we're looking for a couple of guys. It was just like, it wasn't like they weren't looking for actors. They were just looking for production assistants to work on the set and editing and things like that. And I'm just like, and then she walked us over to this shelf that had all these video cassettes of all their productions, right? And I'm not going to repeat the names of some of the films, but yeah, this is the kind of work that we do here, and we're looking for a couple of guys. Just like, yeah. And we said, well, okay, thanks. I don't remember if we at that point said, I don't know if this is really what we're looking for, kind of thing, or if we just kind of said, okay, thanks, and we got the heck out of there and never heard from them again. I can't remember exactly how it went, but we were like laughing our heads off. And we're like, oh my gosh. It's like, it kind of felt like if we'd gone down the hall just one more room, we might have walked in on some action or something,
I bet.
Oh my goodness.
That's LA for you.
Yeah. And I had one other job interview while I was still kind of contemplating the whole film thing. And this wasn't bad. This was in the film archives department at Universal, right?
Uh-huh.
And basically the thing was, I want to say it was right across the street from Universal, and they had some maybe I'm imagining this, it was so long ago, but it seemed to me like they had like a underground tunnel that you would go underneath the freeway to get to Universal. Like Spielberg, would say, hey, I want to see this film from 1941, right? And so then you'd pull the film out of the archives, and you'd go march it over and drop it off at Spielberg's place, his bungalow or whatever. And so I thought, you know what, that'd be a good way to kind of get in the door, right? Mm-hmm. And but I didn't end up. I interviewed for it, but I didn't end up getting it. And I can't remember if there was specific reasons why, or if they just said, "Oh, we hired somebody else, thanks." And at that point, I was like, "Yeah, I don't really think this is." I'd only been out of school, 6 months, but you're starting to get the vibe of what your life is going to be like from now on, right? It's like, how long is it? How many interviews am I going to go to just to get a crappy job? And of course you had dreams. I had dreams when I went to film school that, oh yeah, I'll do my graduate film. I'll pick up an agent and I'll be directing movies by the time I'm, 25. Of course that didn't happen that way. So then you start looking at the reality of it, and it's like, man, do I really want to grind down here forever? and maybe make it, maybe not make it. So that's when I turned to comics.
Do I want to sell my booty hole to Jeffrey Weinstein? No.
Do I want to go work for that lady over at that porn place?
Harvey Weinstein. I said Jeffrey.
Well, there's Jeffrey Epstein and Harvey Weinstein, right?
Yeah, I merged them. Oh man, that's terrible.
No, he goes, it was Debbie Does Dallas on the Shelf. I'm like, dude, it was a lot more hardcore than anything like that. It was just like, yeah. This is funny. You haven't lived till you rode the Greyhound bus from Texas to Wisconsin and back. Hey, when I was living in LA, I got my battery stolen more than once. and I had to, oh my gosh. Yeah, this is what happened. I got my I had a 1963 Mercury Comet, right? And it was all rebuilt and it was beautiful. Well, you could take a coat hanger and get in between the window and the door jamb and pop open the lock, right? I mean, you could do it in like 5 seconds. And I got my car stolen. It was my dad's car, and he wasn't very pleased. But I got my car stolen. It showed up in Watts or someplace, and they had gutted the car because it had these great bench seats in the front and the back, a new vinyl and everything on it. And so they took those, and then they took, of course, they took the tires and the wheels, right? Mm-hmm. And so my dad had the thing hauled back to Oregon to get it fixed, and he couldn't find any Mercury Comet parts, so I ended up using Falcon parts for it, and which are similar, but they don't exactly fit. The seats weren't exactly right, So it was, and the red wasn't exactly right in the interior, so it was never quite the car. But anyway, so I got it back, and so I learned my lesson. I said, well, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a link chain, and chain the hood down every night, right? But I'm also going to pop the distributor cap, so even if they break into the car, they can't start the car, and then they couldn't get at the engine because I chained the hood down.
Yeah.
Well, there's always a couple of times here and there where you would get in really late, like 2:00 in the morning, and you're just like so freaking tired, you just want to go straight to bed, that I wouldn't chain the hood down. And every freaking time I forgot to chain the hood down, I'd get up the next morning and the battery would be gone.
Man, that had to be a neighbor.
No, these guys, there was these homeless dudes with grocery shopping baskets that were wheeling them around and full of batteries.
Wow.
That's what they did, right? And so I was not a big car guy, but so the first time the battery got stolen, I went and bought a new battery at Sears or someplace, right? I had one of my friends take me there. I got a new battery, brought it back, and the way this car was so old that the way you put the battery in, the cables were sort of, in terms of length, were opposite. So like the shorter one, it had to reach the farthest distance, and the one with the most slack had to reach the closest. And so it got me confused, and I thought, is this right? Because they weren't color coded. Mm-hmm. So I flipped the battery, and they fit perfectly. And this must be right. Well, it wasn't right. So I fried my alternator.
Oh.
And so then then it was in the shop for like a week, right? So I had no wheels. I had to ride the city bus in LA. Oh my gosh. You want to talk about an adventure, dude. I'm guessing you probably did that once or twice in your lifetime when you were living there.
Quite a few times.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So good times.
I lived in South Central Los Angeles, and I had to always take the bus to go to Golden Apple. So yes.
Well, and that's the thing, man. You get some suburban white guy like me, I used to go to, you know how, you know where USC's at, right?
Of course.
Okay. So on the south side of USC, that was pretty much all the black neighborhood, right? was over on that side, and on the north side was all the Latino neighborhood, basically. And so if I was, and my girlfriend at the time lived down in Torrance, so every once in a while I would drive back from Torrance to stay off the freeways. I'd go through Inglewood and Compton and I know, and and you start to realize, dude, the only white guy within like 20 miles of any place right now. And I would occasionally, I'm not kidding, there was a Ralph's store right there on the opposite side of campus, the south side of campus. And I want to say it was maybe across the street from where the Coliseum was, somewhere right around there. And I would go in there sometimes and literally be the only white person in the store. And I would get looks from these people like, man, what are you doing in here? Like, I wouldn't even think about it because I was like, it's a grocery store. I would happen to be driving by, so I would like stop and I'm like, I don't know if I'm welcome here or not. It's kind of funny.
You should have flipped it on them and said, hey, man, I'm looking for my hose. Have you seen my hose? And they would have been like, oh, okay.
Oh, my gosh, that would have been over great. I'm sure. Oh, my gosh. We went to a Lakers game there in Inglewood one night, and that was where the Forum used to be. That was a pretty sketchy area. And the racetrack was like right down the road there from and I think they bulldozed that the racetrack, and that's where the new Rams stadium's supposed to be or something, or is.
Oh, really?
So I guess they must have done something to that neighborhood to sort of like make it a little more user friendly for parking and stuff. But that was a eye-opening experience for me because, like I said, there was like me growing up. I think we had like 2 or 3 black kids in our school, and that was it, right? And I was, they were athletes, and I was friends with them because I played basketball with them and stuff like that. But culture-wise, I didn't have any sort of idea when you go down to LA and it's this instant multicultural experience, and you're just like, you don't know how to talk to people. You don't know what's cool, what isn't cool, Yeah, it was an education for sure.
You're like, hey, my man.
Like,
how you doing? Exactly.
What are you saying? I don't understand. What is that? And there was so many people that were trying to rip you off, and I didn't, I trusted everybody, but coming back from LA, after I moved back from LA, I was very cynical, and I've been ever since, because I got ripped off by, people come up to you and go, oh, dude, man, my car broke down. Can you give me $10 for gas or whatever? And you're like, sure. You give them $10, and then you see them 30 minutes later hitting up somebody else with the same story, and you're like, oh my gosh, I just got had.
Yep.
It was so funny because there was this mad rush every Thursday afternoon. It was, you have to go sign up for editing time in the editing room, right? And people would just stampede at 3 o'clock or whatever sign up was, right? And then you'd be waiting in line, for an hour or two. And I'm like, I'm not going to waste my time waiting in line. So we'd wait till everybody went through, and then the group of us would go and we'd sign up for times. And the only times that were left, because it was open 24/7, right, would be like, we called it the 9 to 5 shift, 9 at night to 5 in the morning. And just because we didn't want to wait in line. And so I would be like, and I lived probably just a couple blocks off campus on the north side of campus. And I would walk at 2 a.m. like a dummy. I would walk. And it's a much nicer area now. But back then, no, it was not. But I wasn't even thinking about it, right? Because I was, I'm just naive. And luckily, nothing ever happened to me. But one thing, I remember somebody telling me is, look, don't ever dress nice. Dress like, you don't have any money, which was easy for me because I didn't. And then it happened. I'm 6'2", and I was really weightlifting at the time, so I was fairly big. And there's like, it's perfect. You look poor and you're big, so you're probably not going to get hassled much. And I never did, but it was so stupid to be walking, outside of USC campus at 2:00 in the morning, hey, what's going on, dude? Oh, it was an education for sure.
Hey, I was black and I was afraid to walk in certain places. So I had family in Compton, and every time we had to go out there, I was like, man, I don't want to go out there, man. I was freaking out.
Now, where did you live at? Where did you grow up at? What area?
You know where Crenshaw is? Crenshaw Boulevard?
Yeah.
I lived off of 10th Avenue in Jefferson, so it's just 10 blocks away from Crenshaw Boulevard. Like Boys in the Hood and all that kind of stuff. That was all my neighborhood.
That's right. Well, Crenshaw. Wait a minute, Crenshaw. Yeah, well, that was south of SC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Jefferson was a street that ran right through USC. Oh no, it was right on the east side of it. That's right. It was because you would take Jefferson all the way down to Hollywood.
Mm-hmm.
And there was I'm trying to think of that street that was right there that kind of butted right into the middle of USC campus. It started with an H. That's where I lived, was on that street. I can't remember the name of it now. Not Hudson, but not Hooker. But I used to go ahead.
I would vacillate between, my parents. So my dad and my grandma and my mom. My mom lived in West Covina.
Okay.
So did my grandma. My other grandma lived off of 10th Avenue in Jefferson. And so I was just all over that area. But hated Compton.
Well, yeah. I mean, I drove through there once and I was like, I don't think I need to be here. This doesn't seem like this is a place I should be. But I didn't know, right? I was driving home from Torrance and I just, yeah. Then I realized, you know what, dude, get on the 405, go down that way. And my girlfriend actually ended up moving to Redondo Beach. So then I would get on the 405 and just go to Redondo Beach that way and not drive through. But I lived in Culver City for a year, and there was a comic shop down there on Overland or Overlook. It was Overland.
Mm-hmm.
And I was a stone's throw away from the 10 freeway. Our apartment building was. I could literally could have taken a rock and thrown at the freeway. And so if you could, that was the back way to get to the airport, was you'd get on Overland. But there was a really nice little comic shop down there a few miles right before you got to the ice skating rink that was down there, if you remember that.
Mm-hmm.
Because every Christmas we'd watch The Grinch and then we'd go ice skating and fall on our butts because none of us could ice skate. Oh, the good old days.
Memories.
So let's see. Hyper Kaiju says that Nightcrawler is looking dank.
I don't know what that means.
Oh, come on. You're the coolest black man in the world. You must know what that's like hip language, isn't it? That Nightcrawler is looking dank?
Yeah. No, not so much.
Okay. Well, I don't know what it means either. So maybe my daughter knows. She's, she uses language I've never heard. I'm like, what is, she uses words that I would have used for something else, and I'm
Yeah.
What did you just say?
Exactly.
Why, and she's like, no, it means this. I'm like, that does not mean that. And she's like, it does now. And I'm like, all right. Yeah, I used to be such a optimistic, positive, trusting person. And then 3 years in LA and it totally changed me. So do you, I don't know, how do I want to phrase this? You don't, I wouldn't say the sticks, but I've seen like pictures of New Mexico that are really sort of homey looking and really kind of nice. Like, I don't know. They have kind of that Mexican villa feel to them, like little
Yeah,
towns.
I'm not like that. No, these are like atypical homes and stuff. But there were some that me and my wife were looking at that were like, oh man, that adobe house looks really nice. Maybe we'll go that route next time. So these houses could be mistaken for any houses anywhere.
Yeah. Because they always, when you look at, because we're looking to get out of Oregon at some point, hopefully sooner than later. But, and I saw a look around. It's like nice places to live in New Mexico, right? And they show you this kind of like quaint little town that's all sort of trendy looking and nice. There's beautiful mountains in the background and stuff. And you're like, hey, that would be cool. I wonder if David lives there, or, go to Utah and they show you this really cool small town that has all these like really nice kind of rustic old buildings, but they're all really upkept well. And there's this huge mountain behind them. And you're like, yeah, that's where I want to live. And you talk to people that live there, they're like, yeah, that's 100 miles outside of Salt Lake City. And, it's a vacation spot, not a place you'd live,
Yeah. No, they got really nice places here. I like where I'm living. This is real nice neighborhood, nothing crazy popping off, but not too far from here, they could get kind of rowdy.
Really?
That seems like it's everywhere though nowadays.
Well, are you like near Santa Fe or
no, that's an hour away.
Well, is that the big city of New Mexico, Santa Fe?
Yeah.
So you're not, if you're an hour away, that wouldn't be considered a suburb of Santa Fe then. You're just kind of a smaller town down the freeway or something?
Yeah.
We drove through Vegas on the way to take my daughter to college last year in Phoenix. And the only time I've ever been to Vegas has been on or near the Strip, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I've always heard people say about, Vegas is so nice. It's so nice. I'm like, seriously? But then we drove through this sort of suburban area. It was brand new. It was all built, like shopping malls and stuff, but it was all really new and nice. And I drove through and I was like, you know what? I could live here. This is cool. If you can stand the heat, but
I lived in Vegas when I was a kid.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, had to move out. Kept getting bloody noses every night.
Too dry?
Way too dry. So we moved back to Cali.
Interesting. Well, we keep looking at Texas as a possibility, but I don't know.
Another hot spot.
Yeah. I actually kind of like Wyoming. I'm getting to that point where I'm kind of like, if I could find like a cool little small town someplace with some nice scenery, that,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be on board for that.
Sure.
But the winters are pretty rough, so.
Yeah. Actually, my wife wants to move to somewhere that's a lot cooler. She said she has enough of the Albuquerque heat.
Well, maybe we'll cross paths in Wyoming here in a few years.
There you go. So,
now, you told me a story about, I don't know, a couple times ago that you were riding horses with your dad and came across Sylvester Stallone while you guys were out riding.
Yeah.
So do you still ride?
I haven't in years.
But you wouldn't be afraid to get on a horse right now?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Love horses.
So you could handle Wyoming then.
There you go. Yeehaw!
I don't know. There's something that just is strange. It appeals to me. I was looking at towns and stuff and houses in Wyoming, and there was this one town, and as you entered town, they had this statue of two huge cowboy boots. right? It's welcome to whatever, you know. And I was like, yeah, now we're talking. I'm not sure Shelley's as on board with it.
Yeah, she looked at you sideways. She's all, what?
What are you talking about here? And I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be fun? We can go square dancing. And so,
Yeah, see, I wouldn't go that far. So is this some kind of hip hop square dancing that we about to do? I bet be pumping some Public Enemy up in this biatch.
oh, you take the town by storm, man. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Oh.
They do it with a country twang.
It's right. Do it with a country twang, and then it'll be all right.
Fight the power. You're like, whoa, wait a minute, that sounds rough.
Doesn't sound right coming out of you. Oh man.
Let's not do that again.
No, the housing is really affordable, and there. Oh my gosh, there's some great scenic spots in Wyoming. And I don't know. I do sort of. When I was a kid, and I dreamt about being a comic book artist, and then of course later dreamed about being a filmmaker. You dream about going to New York. You dream about living in New York or LA, right? And now I'm like, I dream about, give me that small town Americana, and it just like Idaho seems to be like a really popular spot too.
Man, have you seen what dome houses? Have you ever looked at those? You know, like how people are looking at teeny houses and all that kind of weird stuff. I was looking at that for a minute. But there's these things, dome houses.
Dome houses, like a dome, like a
yeah.
Okay.
They're cheaper than your average house, and they probably have about the same amount of space. But they're in the shape of a dome. And I looked at some of these online. These are so awesome.
What's the advantage? What's the appeal to the dome house?
Well, it's just a different structure, but I personally think that it'd be beneficial to those people who live in like tornado type areas and stuff like that, because the tornado homes that get hit, it's because of the squareness of it, and it just ravages those types of structures because it's hitting a blunt, the wind is hitting a blunt, object, but the dome houses,
you heard of dome houses?
It would
geodesic domes.
Yeah.
I did a research paper on them in college. That is how ginormous of a geek I am.
There you go.
Yeah.
What'd you think of them?
Super cool.
Yep.
Well, because they're anything that is a tessellation or a cool pattern my brain really likes. So
there was one that this person, it almost looked like the Hall of Justice the way they had it set up. I was like, oh my goodness, this is so cool.
Yeah.
But I'll send you some pictures that'll.
Oh,
I think they'll impress you.
Yeah, there was one about less than 5 miles outside of Corvallis, which is school at Oregon State, and so I got to go check that out. And we actually went to one once.
Really?
Yeah. I think we went and played bunco at someo's house.
Look at this.
That one night. What?
You can come and stay anytime, Dad. Roscoe Lopresti. Oh.
Gosh, that's funny. Oh my gosh, yeah, this is like SonicCon today. Brutal.
Well, the thing is, I'm still gonna have 2 sketches to do tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna live stream in the morning and do the overflow. But I'm gonna do it in the morning when
What are you gonna call it? Aaron's Overflow?
Yep, I'm gonna just call it a special overflow edition of Aaron Live.
Don't know what he's flowing, but it's overflowing.
It's overflowing. SDA says, hi, Aaron and David. Nice, White Queen, and my boy, Nightcrawler.
Thank you.
BOI.
Nice. Nice. Oh, no way, Roscoe.
A Shire house. That's what he said.
Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say that, but
Yeah.
there's a lot better ones and stuff. So.
You mean your birth mom, not your real mom? Because I'm like your real mom now. The one up there.
Oh.
I mean, we're conditioned to like these four walls and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, everything's.
But that was sorry. That was a late laugh for a comment here that I'm.
So yeah, for me, yeah, if it has to be, have to have symmetry, right angles or nice curves. Just in between. I can't do funky angles. Can't. Aaron has 3 windows in the studio. Well, 4, but 3 together, and one big one in the middle, and then these like tall, skinnier ones on the side. But one of them is only half. Bugs. I can't even look at it. Bugs me so much. I'm like, put furniture in front of it or something. Let's pretend that there's actually a window behind there. Hey, Jeffrey. Yeah, I'm not probably stay too long, but we should figure out actually what the temperature was in this room.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of scientific method for figuring that out, isn't there?
Could probably get an ice cube and time how long it would take to melt. There's
about 30 seconds.
There's a law of cooling. I could use formula.
Here comes the math.
But I'd have to actually though.
Math
I have to know
con.
some more stuff. I just watched a short video on this lady buying 4 shipping containers and making them into this really cool house.
4 shipping containers, turning them into, you mean like huge, like.
Those are awesome too.
Yeah.
Like those metal.
Yeah.
Super
cool. And actually she flipped them over, so.
I thought you were going to say she flipped them off. And
the bottom was almost like beams. So she flipped them over to the top, kind of like the beams, I think. And then, yeah, it was super cool how she had them laid out. They were kind of perpendicular, and then so it created, the base ones created a nice lanai area for her outside. Oh, it was super cool. And she bought them each, all 4 for $10,000.
Yep.
Like, but she already had a piece of land. But Canada, I mean, it's expensive to build here. I can't imagine. Canada's even worse.
Yep, probably.
Ooh, exponential decay.
David knows how to use his Presto marker thing. I got one, I've been using it.
You still got to use that those gray pins I was telling you about when you do your color.
I know. I got them sitting over there. I just have not broke them out yet to experiment with them. I don't want to experiment on somebody's commission. I kind of want to get a grip on them before I, break out and.
It'll change your life.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about all that, but.
Oh. Who's this?
That's Spider Gwen.
Who I like. I like it a lot.
How's Samantha feeling?
Not great.
So our son got really sick with it was like sort of like a tonsillitis sort of thing. And
he had a viral infection that then became a secondary bacterial infection.
Yeah, and so he's like a really sore throat and a bad cough and all this kind of stuff. And they finally got him on antibiotics, and he's on the mend and actually feeling pretty good. Has he stopped by yet, by the way?
No.
Okay. And so my daughter's been like clearing her throat a lot the last couple days, and, and I'm like, "You're sick." I'm not sick. I'm not sick. She gets up this morning. She's hacking, and my throat's. She's eating ice cream at like right in the morning for breakfast. I'm like, "What are you doing?" She goes, "My throat's sore." And I go, "Okay, so you're sick, right?" She's like, "Yes."
But we haven't seen Dr. in Well, no, he was here when he was sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a week. I saw him last week. But yeah, he is really ticked off because he was missing work like crazy and he wasn't getting any better. And
Yeah, I mean, he's homesick, complaining, I can't get into my files from work. So he did a Zoom meeting, I guess. I mean, yeah, if I was homesick from work, I wouldn't be worrying about getting access to my files from work. But he's the engineer. Yes, I'll tell Sis, Roscoe, I'll tell Sis to feel better soon. Oh gosh, that's one of my favorite things from this weekend. Seriously, I haven't laughed that much in quite a while. It's been really fun. Yeah, you got to think about those shipping containers. What was shipped in them?
yes.
But I bet you they're going to start producing them just for that.
Well, it's a much cheaper way to look at. Wow, David is nearly done and Aaron has barely started.
Oh, the trains are leaving. The trains are leaving.
Well, this is my second piece, Jeff. Why don't you wake up and pay attention? Jeez. Oh, Paul's like, yes, you made a good engineer. We did. We combined forces and created an engineer.
Well, that's, my story. I'm sure you guys, I think I've said it, but I was so dumb in high school when they did the aptitude testing and it said medical, engineering. And then my first thought was, why would I want to drive a train? I had no clue what an engineer was. So when our son started sorting his Hot Wheels, sometimes by color or function, I was like, oh, he's me. I made sure he knew what an engineer was. But of course, did I ask anybody? No. So I only went to college to play volleyball. So nice thought process I put into that. How's that working for me? Yeah, great.
Yeah. Pro career in volleyball didn't really take off.
No, like it ever would.
Being a 5'6" outside hitter is not exactly what they're looking for.
I had to be an incredible overachiever.
You guys ready for the Olympics?
I love the Olympics.
I'm not ready for this year's, though. I think it's going to be lame, but
although I like track.
The thing with the Olympics is when I was a kid, we hated the Russians, right? I mean, they were like mortal enemies. And so we get in the Olympics and it was like, you just beat the Russians, right? Mm-hmm. And they were like really good because they had so many countries underneath their banner that they could just basically pilfer half of Europe for athletes.
Well,
and so
they were pushed that way. Like they were identified early and then they would go to
in typical,
whatever. Yeah.
Commies. And so we really had villains of the Olympics. And that's why I loved them, is because I really wanted to root for America versus these communist countries, right? Because we hated communists. Now the United States is a communist country. So it's like...
that wasn't our platform.
So
anyway...
No, but
I love the Olympics. I just love I think I actually like the trials maybe a little bit better. Just, I don't know. It kind of reminds me a little bit of March Madness.
Yeah.
Just
but my point was, despite the joke, was that, Russia's still our enemy, and I guess, China is still technically, but it's not the same. We don't have that same sort of animosity, so you can't really get behind your team. There's no bad guy, really, in the Olympic Games anymore, so they're not as fun for me.
But I used to like the Winter Olympics a bit more. But I do like to watch track.
Man, after Usain Bolt, I'm not all that interested.
Say that again. You broke up a little bit.
I said after Usain Bolt, I'm not all that interested in track.
Yeah.
Why? What did he do?
What? Fastest man on earth.
Yeah. It's like, how are they going to...
Oh, you mean, so who can... who can... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, volleyball is the best thing at the Olympics. Oh.
Usain Bolt
I
is the
still-
Michael Jordan.
Well, right. So basically, you're saying there's no competition, so why watch?
Yeah.
I got you.
All right. Paul's telling us we should look at Flagstaff.
That's the.
Well, I still yell at the TV when I'm watching volleyball.
Is that right?
Yeah, I can't help it. And you know, my body's doing all this stuff. Go, line! Yeah, I'm a maniac, which I'm sure is shocking for everybody to hear. Oh my gosh! But I love this sequential volleyball players.
Life can be tough for volleyball players. It seems like so much of their lives are up in the air.
You're either in the air or you're flat on the ground.
Lord, that's bad.
I left a lot of skin on the floor.
I want to kiss the feet of the person who managed to make women's beach volleyball an Olympic event. Yeah, I'll watch that.
Yeah. I didn't like playing sand. Just goes in way too many places. Grass volleyball. Loved playing doubles on the grass.
Flagstaff for a house. 20 degrees cooler than Phoenix. Nice area, gorgeous landscape, central to Phoenix and Grand Canyon, affordable with the college town. So Paul is actually not only an engineer, but he's a real estate agent.
Many skills.
That was a nice little description of Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah. But you know, it takes like I think 2 weeks for your body to acclimate. And in Oregon, we rarely ever get 2 weeks of
like
heat.
intense weather or something,
Yeah.
right? That
I mean, we acclimate to the cold pretty darn quick, but
Well, yeah, but it never really gets that cold either. It's just kind of rainy and cold enough to be not pleasant. I mean, we do have cold spells, but
oh, you know what? I can name drop.
do it.
Olympic volleyball. Beach
Uh-oh.
volleyball.
Yeah.
I played against, coached with volleyball camps in the summer, so I got to play with her as well. But Holly McPeak, who's one of the announcers for, well, I don't know if she's doing it now, but was one of the announcers for beach volleyball. There
Look
you
at
have it.
that.
I just dropped my first name.
Woohoo!
I feel really special.
Sadly, this isn't ESPN or the sports channel, so maybe that name may
Well,
drop
they
on
might
deaf ears.
be like, ooh. Well, she was outside a lot, so she's younger than me, but she has a lot of sun. But yeah, Holly McPeak. I'm going to Google her right now and see what she's doing.
See what Holly's up to.
Yeah. But that's what I did in college. I would just travel all summer, go to coach volleyball camps all over Oregon and Washington, and there she is. 3-time Olympian. Booyah.
How tall is she?
5'7".
So she must have been a setter. Or a libero.
I believe she was. No, we didn't have liberos. I think she played at Berkeley for Piper, which is where I wanted to go.
Well, she must have been pretty good.
When we played during lunch and stuff, I felt super cool. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna kill the dog. Oh, evidence. That's her.
All right, so you put a little German in there too. What does that say? Yeah, but what does it mean?
Oh, it means excuse me.
That's pretty good. Okay, so if I were someone who wanted to buy that, how much would you charge me for that?
300? I don't know.
There you go. David Williams, you want that great Nightcrawler piece? Let me give you full screen for a minute since you finished before me. There it is. You got the entire screen. $300. Great piece. And it says "excuse me" on it in German. Beauty. Nice piece.
Thanks.
See, I was working on Spider-Gwen when you started that, so
It's true.
Trying to justify your pokiness.
wait a minute. How do I get this back to split screen? Well,
It's my show now, bitch.
there we go. Oh my goodness. You know, I do want to run a quick promo though.
They have an announcer for beach volleyball. I hadn't noticed.
What's that? Where?
Our son.
Oh.
Very witty.
Oh, Roscoe gets a chuckle out of that.
Those were the days.
All right, I've got to do the last chance promo because we're probably going to wrap this up in the next half hour to an hour. So I want to run this before I forget. Everybody, please remember, if you want this limited edition print of the Justice League, you can only get, today is your last day to get it.
Oh no, I lied. Showed you UCLA.
It's 18 and a quarter, pardon me, it's 14 and a quarter by 18 and a half. So it's almost full double size spread sized. The number is decided by you. However many are ordered this weekend, that's going to be the print run. You cannot get it after this weekend. So order before midnight tonight, and that's a legit statement, not just a joke about late night TV. Order before midnight tonight. Send me PayPal, $30, $25 for the print, $5 for shipping. Make sure you put why you're sending me the money, and make sure your address is attached so I can send it out to you. So this is going to the printer tomorrow. So if you haven't got one of these and want one, do it now.
What now?
Do it now. Time. And I'll even run the banner with the info. There you go. PayPal, Aaron at AaronLopresti.com, $30. Tell me what you're ordering and where you want it sent. And that's all you have to do. And how many you want? 1, 2, 100? Probably not 100. Well, you could.
1 million.
That's a lot of shipping, though. And I also think it's important to remind everybody you can't get content like this anywhere else on the web. You really can't. And so therefore you should subscribe and like, baby. Oh, someone just sent us, look at that.
Ooh,
someone just sent us one.
Let's see.
Nice. See, it was good.
Good job.
I sensed it and I attacked. And there we go. Wrap it up, as in you all have a wrapped off to end the show. Yeah, David's going to wrap for us, end the show.
How long did it take you to do that piece, Aaron?
How long did it take me to do this?
No. That double page spread with all the heroes.
Lord, it took forever because I did the layout where I kind of figured out the best place to put Brainiac, right, so that I could see him, but still have all the heroes coming at him, so we could basically see everybody, right? And I knew he'd be up in the foreground, so he'd take up a large portion of one of the. And then I just started adding heroes until I filled it up, but it was all very rough because I kept changing stuff and positioning characters a little bit differently. So I had this. Basically, I have a double page rough of that over there. And then I light tabled the whole thing. And then I remember showing it to the guy who wanted it. And he was like, hey, can you put Superman where Booster is? And I'm like, yeah, sure. And so I switched a couple things around. And then it's been a while since I really penciled anything super tight. But I didn't want to, with something that complex, I didn't want to kind of leave it all up into the inking. Mm-hmm. So I got in there and got pretty tight with it and made sure everybody, was done the way I wanted them and they looked the way I wanted them to look. And then I went in and, of course, then I had to ink it. And so I spent I mean, I stretched it out over 2 weeks, but I probably had 4 or 5 total days into it.
Okay. Looks great.
Thank you. It was really amazing because I sat there and looked at it and went, after you're done with something like that, you go, wow, this is pretty cool. And you're like, it's too bad it actually isn't getting used in a comic someplace. But so limited edition print or nothing. And the guy who gets it, of course, it'll be hanging on his wall, I'm sure. I sent it to him like over 2 weeks ago. It's going to Australia though, so he still, as of this weekend, didn't have it yet. And it always makes me a little bit nervous, although I've never had anything get lost in the mail before. And I package stuff so well that it's impossible to damage it. And so I figure eventually it's going to get where it's going to go. And I don't really have to worry about it getting destroyed because you would have to physically take like a crowbar or some sort of tool or run over it with a car or something on purpose to wreck it. So but anytime it goes across, the ocean, you're kind of like, So you watch? Oh, you don't have Disney, do you? Plus.
Me?
Yeah.
I think we do. I have a grandson here, so I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. But
so you haven't watched Loki or anything like that?
Yeah, I haven't started watching. I was gonna wait until all of that stuff kind of, is all finished, and then I could all watch it all at once.
Oh, that's right. I remember you saying that. It's very, very confusing. It's very convoluted, I guess would be a way to put it. And maybe I'm sure it'll all come together, but at this point, it's kind of like, where are they going with this? But in fairness, I was the same way with WandaVision. I had no idea what was going on, and although I did start to figure it out a little bit. And I'm not really sure what their end goal is with what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Which I guess is good because if you're guessing what's going on, then why watch?
Did you like Falcon and the Winter Soldier?
Yeah, most of it.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I like the actor who plays Falcon a lot, Mackie.
Yeah.
I thought they did okay with it. I just am not a big fan of characters changing identities to be, like the Falcon is now the new Captain America, and he's sort of the Captain America Falcon kind of thing. And it's like, I don't know. Because there's nothing wrong. Go ahead.
Why couldn't you be like American Eagle?
Like who?
American Eagle. Create something new if you want to turn him into another bird.
Right, exactly. It's kind of like, why does he have to be Captain America? There is a Captain America, so,
Yeah.
Into something else. That was actually a pretty good idea. Has anybody used that? American Eagle?
I just did. It's my character now. Too late.
Better trademark that sucker.
I'm putting it out right now, biatch.
Gonna have a T-shirt by tomorrow.
That's right. No, I'm not doing it. But that's, they could have done that. And the whole thing is kind of, they don't see it as being actually insulting to Black people to make him the next Captain America. Why wasn't he fine as Falcon?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Isn't that really the point? You sit there and say, oh, this guy was a superhero, but he was really a second-rate superhero.
So we have to validate him by making him this white character.
Right.
Like,
isn't that going against everything you're supposed to not be doing, you know?
Yeah. Someone says American Eagle was a Captain Carrot character.
Oh, bummer.
Yeah.
Captain Carrot and his amazing zoo crew. Somebody told me Harley Quinn killed all those characters. So that may mean the name is up for grabs again if he's dead, right?
Yeah. Maybe if you put something ahead of American, because you can't copyright American and or Eagle.
Well, you can copyright Wolverine, right?
No.
Well, you can. Are you? Oh no, hang on a second. Well, okay, that's not the same thing. Okay, I'm not even going to use that as an example because it's not the same thing. But so if I came out with my own character called the Wolverine with a different costume, you don't think Marvel would sue me into oblivion, or Disney?
I think it would have to be Aaron Lopresti's Wolverine, and he better not have any claws. He better not be, all of those things that look like all the different iterations that Marvel did. It has to be something so different. Just say, like, what if it was a name of a car? Like what was that? Remember that car Kit?
Yeah.
So
Knight Rider, right?
Like Knight Rider, but your car's named the Wolverine. But your guy in the car is a short, stubby, hairy guy who kicks a lot of butt. You could get away with that.
I don't know. I don't know if I could actually.
I think you could, because the guy's not the Wolverine. The car is.
Oh. But here's the thing. Disney would still sue you. And what a very smart lawyer told me one time many years ago, because it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong. All that matters is who has the most money.
That's right.
They can sue you until, even if you're right, they can sue you until you don't have any money left, and then you lose.
Yep, that is true.
That's what happened with DC and Captain Marvel.
Disney tried to copyright the name Loki, but that's like a pagan god. It's like,
right? You can't.
They're gonna start copywriting Krishna and all these other kind of deities and all this other kind of stuff. If that's the case, Disney needs to be stopped.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with Thor, right?
The internet goes off right when I say that.
You guys are canceled. Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing with Thor, right? I mean, Liefeld did his own version of Thor, and quite frankly, Simonson right now is doing Ragnarok with Thor, his version of Thor, because you can't copyright that stuff. But I know, and this isn't the same thing, but the Hulk, for example, Hulk Hogan had to pay, or WWF, whoever owned Hulk Hogan, had to pay licensing to use that name because of Marvel, because of the Hulk.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's not the same thing, because the Hulk is Wolverine is an animal, and you can't say that Disney now owns the copyright. It's like if some character was called the orangutan, right? Well, actually.
But a Hulk, that's an affectation to a person. They shouldn't be able to copyright that.
I wouldn't think so, but in my opinion, it's like, well, they should be able to copyright their iteration of that character.
Yeah.
Right. And trademark that as, but you obviously couldn't do Spider-Man. Well, Spider-Man that's clearly a combination of things to create a name, so that wouldn't work. But what about the Black Knight? Marvel can't copyright the Black Knight. They could copyright their iteration of the Black Knight, I would imagine, but I should be able to come out with a character called the Black Knight.
Yeah.
Sequential artist.
Okay, sequential artist. What? He should have just spelled it right. Anyway, Mark Grunwald had a character, Blue Eagle, who was formerly American Eagle in the 1980s Squadron Supreme.
How about that?
There you go.
That's some dropping knowledge on us.
Awesome.
Listen to this. Roscoe Lopresti, formerly Roscoe Davis, said, our preacher this morning said he once talked to a guy who professed to worship Thor. He asked him, what did you use for a Bible? A comic book? Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. Well, that's true. Disney thinks they should own everything. That's a huge turnoff. Well, that is the truth. I think they do think they own everything, or they're trying to own everything. I used to like Disney.
Everybody did.
Where's my...
It was good when it was just about Mickey Mouse and characters like that.
Right.
But now it's not about that whatsoever.
Well, it's just amazed me how colossally they've screwed up Star Wars.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it would be that hard not to screw that up, but
here we go. Let's see.
Of course, I'm a weird dude. I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I grew up.
You
when I
and
was
me both.
12.
You and me both.
Oh, really? Okay, because I was 12 when Star Wars came out, and I went and saw that movie 100 times and thought it was the greatest thing in the world, and yet it never stuck with me. I'm a big Star Trek fan growing up, I guess, and that sort of rules a roost for me in terms of sci-fi, adventure stuff. But yeah, I just never. I should, by all accounts, be a Star Wars fan, but I mean, I thought the first movie was great. I enjoyed Empire Strikes Back, but by the time the third one came out, I don't know. I'd outgrown it a little bit, I think, because it was like, what, 86, I think, when the third one came out?
Mm-hmm.
And so I was 22 years old. So the first one comes out when I'm 12, and the third one comes out when I'm 22. That's a huge gap.
That is.
And I guess, it's kind of like the little comic book thing. If you can't get the book out regularly on time, people are going to lose interest. And I think that's probably what happened.
Yeah.
The magic was gone by the time I was 22 years old, and they still hadn't wrapped up the storyline.
How long was it since James Cameron did Avatar?
Well, I remember I took Josh to San Diego. That was the first time he got to go to San Diego with me. I think he was in junior high. He's 27 now.
Oh my goodness.
So it's been over 10 years.
And then he wants to put out 2 more of those things. It's like, man, people have really lost interest.
Well, the thing with Cameron, though, is the thing that always makes Cameron's movies watchable is that they're like events. He's always doing something to kind of, like, Avatar was not a great movie, but it was a great visual experience, right? It was worth the price of admission just for the visual experience.
Yeah. For sure. I mean, he's always pushing the medium forward.
Right. And so if he comes out and does something and blows us away visually, was like the Titanic was. It's not a brilliant film, but it's such a spectacle that it's hard not to want to go see it.
Did you ever read his Spider-Man script?
I never read it. I knew that he was looking at him and Charlie. I guess Charlie Sheen at the time was they were looking at to be Peter Parker.
No, it was Leonardo DiCaprio.
That must have been after Charlie Sheen then. Sheen was under consideration for, but that went through many incarnations. Did you actually read the script?
Yeah.
Was it good?
I got it. It was very different. I wouldn't say it was good.
Okay.
But I think what he, again, like what we were talking about, visuals and how big he does things, I think it could have been something entertaining to see.
Right.
Would it have been as close to the comic as Raimi got it? Not even close. Yeah. But it would have been something.
Sam Raimi did a heck of a job in those first two movies, man.
Yeah. He did. You know he's directing Doctor Strange, right?
Oh, that's right. I heard that. And I thought, you know what? That just might work.
Yeah.
I mean, I like the first Doctor Strange fine. I didn't have a problem with it, but I do like Raimi. He just has kind of good sensibilities about kind of creating sort of, I don't want to say low budget entertainment, but kind of accessible entertainment, maybe be a way to put it.
Yeah.
Because obviously the Spider-Man films were not low budget, but they were, you know, he just gets it, you know, at least the comic book language. You remember Darkman when that came out?
Oh yeah.
And that was like that was like the biggest thing because it was like the closest thing any of us had seen to a real superhero movie, other than or an original superhero movie. You know, Superman had come out at that point, but that was the big thing at San Diego, man, that year. I remember Sam Raimi's Darkman.
Yeah. He had the rights. He was going to do this movie with Doc Savage, Phantom, The Shadow, and
all these pulp characters, basically.
Yeah, and Mandrake the Magician, all in one movie.
Holy crap! I would have died.
And it got held up, and then people paused on him after he did Wizard of Oz or whatever it was called.
It didn't do that well, right?
Yeah, and then he lost the rights to one of the characters in there, so it all fell apart. And and it was the guy who directed Iron Man 3.
Yeah, what's his face?
Shane Black.
Yeah, Shane Black.
Yeah,
yep.
He ended up getting the rights to do it, to do Doc Savage, and I was livid because I think he's garbage.
A lot of people like Shane Black, but I mean, Lethal Weapon had its charm, but you can't look at that and say it was, it was a great genius. Yeah. It was good entertainment, but it wasn't really a great film.
Exactly.
And then he did somebody, The Long Kiss Goodnight or something. I don't remember that being any
good. The same movie over and over. It's the same thing. Iron Man 3 is both of those movies put together. And I'm like, all right, I had enough of this guy.
I didn't like Iron Man 3. I thought it had potential, and it just kind of went off the rails, man.
Man, that movie should have been about because he is trying to make Tony basically what's his name? The shut-in that he was basically Howard Hughes. So he was trying to make him like a shut-in because he's traumatized by the outside world. And he made up all these iron suits and stuff that ended up being nothing that we could care about, right? That we could adore and say, oh man, that's really awesome. And he ends up blowing them up. But if you're going to do that, what he would want as far as protection is the Avengers. Why didn't he make the Iron Avengers?
Right.
That was actually in the comics that people would go, oh man, he made an Iron Man version of Captain America. He made an Iron Man version of Scarlet Witch. He made a Iron Man, you know what I'm saying? Just to protect him because the other Avengers are off living their life. That's how obsessed he is. You know what I mean?
Right. And that would say something about his character. Right.
Exactly. And visually, it would have been more stunning. You know what I mean? And it could have been creepy that the other Avengers found out that he did that and they're just harassing him about it. They're just like, you know, the natural humor that would come off of that. But then also the marketing, the toys that they could have marketed from that they didn't. No one cares about all those other Iron Man suits.
Yep.
In the store, and they race swapped in the worst way the Mandarin.
I was like, what the heck was that?
I was like,
how do you call a guy? Yeah, Mandarin is Chinese. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And then you have some Middle Eastern guy, actually a British guy playing a Middle Eastern guy with a Chinese name.
Yeah, and then at the very end, then at the very end, the main bad guy reveals, "No, I'm the Mandarin," and I was just like, "What? What are you guys doing?"
Well, yeah, that guy should have been MODOK, right? I mean, isn't he ended up being MODOK? You know, the AIM guy.
Yeah, it was just all a hot mess.
Yep.
And they didn't even allude to having any of the AIM guys wearing those yellow suits that we know that they wear.
Right.
That would have been cool. They just
go out
of their way to avoid the things that we want to see.
Yep. It's funny that how popular Iron Man probably is the most popular, well, because of Downey Jr., of all the Marvel movie characters. And yet he only had one really good movie, the first one.
Yep. I say that to everybody. I said Marvel's only good films are their first ventures out, except for Captain Marvel. Huh?
Well, Captain America. Didn't you like the Captain America films?
Yeah, I did. But I was saying Captain Marvel. No one cared about that. And what was the other one that was not
garbage
anyway? Shoot, what was the other one that wasn't so good? There's another one. I can't even remember now. But I think all their first tranches out with their characters are good. Everything else after that turns into hot garbage.
I think, I mean, I know what your tastes lie, and I know why you say that, but I'm a little more forgiving of some things, I guess. I don't know. I thought the first Avengers movie was great. The second one I thought wasn't so great, but I did like the Infinity War stuff. And I did like the Ant-Man and the Wasp, although the first movie was superior to the second, clearly.
I can't even remember those movies.
What's that?
I can't even remember those movies.
Well, it's funny because Doctor Strange was good, the first one. I didn't think Black Panther was as good as everybody else thought it was, but I still thought it was good. It was solid.
Yeah.
I just felt that, and a lot of people said this, that the villain, Michael Jordan, was more interesting than the hero.
Yep.
And that shouldn't ever be that way.
I mean, but it's almost generally the case, if you actually think about it, that because the villain gets to act extra, you know, and the hero is a little bit more reserved and more, you know.
Yeah, but I also think Michael Jordan is a more charismatic personality than the guy who played Black Panther.
Yeah.
And that hurt him, I think. Although I like Chadwick Boseman fine.
No, I would almost disagree, because if you go back and look at the film, they did a huge disservice just to Black Panther in general. They made everybody else more impressive than him. Like, his guards were more impressive than him. You know what I mean? And then
No, I
barely
agree.
did anything, and I was just like, oh man, you guys screwed Black Panther.
Yeah, he got that. That's a great way to look at it. He really got shortchanged in that movie.
Yeah. So I wouldn't put it on Chadwick Boseman that he wasn't.
That's
He
yeah,
had bad material.
you're probably right. Because I do like the guy, or did. I mean, I'm sorry, he's passed away, but he was a good-looking, charming guy. But Michael Jordan is just a bigger personality, period.
Sure.
And that was, I think, and you were sympathetic to Michael Jordan's character. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Killmonger's character. You didn't, you couldn't support his behavior, but you were kind of sympathetic to where he was coming from.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a little dangerous too.
But that's incredibly dangerous because of the message that you're trying to put out. And Black Panther is in a precarious position anyway, just as a character, because you have this guy and just the society in general that is so advanced and powerful. It's like, okay, why didn't you stop apartheid?
Yeah, why didn't you do something in Africa if this was going on? Yeah,
exactly.
It's
that
problematic.
Makes them all look like jerks.
Yes.
And so it's almost like the problem of like how they're over congesting the whole Marvel universe and they're going to bring in the X-Men. The X-Men don't work in the same world as the Avengers. If you actually think about it, it works fine in comics, but if you're looking at it through the lens of realism, it doesn't make sense to have a group of people that are admired and not afraid of because they have powers in a certain way. But then you bring in this group that is, specifically targeted because they have powers. It doesn't make sense that they could both occupy the same space.
That's absolutely the truth. And to be honest with you, I never understood that from Marvel about the X-Men.
Yeah.
I mean, when they're their own universe, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Because they're the superheroes of the universe. But when you've got other superheroes with powers, and that's okay, but because these people evolved their superheroes and didn't get them scientifically or chemically, suddenly they're evil.
Yeah. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So well, let's see. I have no interest whatsoever. I have zero, and I'm not exaggerating. I have zero interest in seeing the Eternals. Zero.
Exactly. Same here.
And I can't imagine that it's going to do well. It looks like a movie. To me, it's like, who cares about this? Why are you even doing this?
I think they were doing it in response because they thought of, Warner Brothers doing the New Gods.
Right.
They said, oh, here's our version, and we could step on their toes by doing this, But, that's not happening, and no one cares about the Eternals, Right. And I also find the Eternals to be kind of insulting because this is where they could have actually leaned into the Jack Kirby visuals and paid homage to the guy who actually gave every single one of these people a career.
Right.
And they shied away from it and made it look so not Kirby. And I'm like, you know what? Forget you guys. If it looked like Kirby and they still had some kind of stupid, agenda or whatever, I would have still went to it. I was like, oh man, they put their foot in it and made it look like Kirby. Right. At least they're honoring Kirby, but no. Shows how much they don't care. Shows how much Feige really doesn't care. And he's not really a fan.
No, and which is interesting to me because I mean, whether you like him or not, the first wave of Marvel movies were incredibly successful.
Mm-hmm.
And so he obviously got something right, but now you watch what he's doing with this, I guess what I'm calling the second wave, and you're like scratching your head going, what?
Well, he's got that fool's license to do this stuff now because
No,
he could throw anything at the screen and say, "Yo, eat it."
yeah, exactly. So I guess that's when the real person comes out, right? You start to see what their real motivations are.
That's right.
Because they have nobody, they don't have to answer to anybody. But it always inevitably happens. People get this, in comics and in movies, entertainment in general. They get the power, and then they blow it. As soon as they go unchecked, they blow it.
Just think about it. The man has the biggest stars in Hollywood bowing down to him and saying, "Can I be in one of your Marvel movies?" You know,
they want the paycheck, man.
it's like, what? So, what do you think that would totally go to his head?
Yeah.
You know.
But you know what I like so far? Favreau is turned into a really good filmmaker for this type of material. It's like The Mandalorian was actually really good.
Mm-hmm.
And he kind of got what he was doing, and it was, and you never know if they're going to, but he did Iron Man, he did it well. And now he wanted to do John Carter of Mars originally.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And he was going to do it. I don't know what happened. I mean, that movie's fallen through like, a million times before it got made, but he was going to do it, and he wanted to do it with practical effects, which would have been really interesting, I think.
Yeah. I didn't hate the one that came out, by the way.
No, I loved it. It just, I thought the problem was the lead actor was very uncharismatic, and they marketed it horribly. I mean, they couldn't have marketed that film any worse if they tried.
Yeah. It's like they pulled a Rocketeer on it.
Yeah. But it was a pretty good film. Yeah. It had some depth into it. The characterization was good. I just felt that, that guy that got the lead was not really a leading man kind of actor. And what was his name? Taylor? No.
Yeah. You're right. I can't remember his last name though.
And I thought the girl that played Deja Thoris was fine.
Yeah. She
was good looking but strong, I just thought that's what the character needed.
At one point I thought she could have played Wonder Woman.
Yeah. Although I love Gal Gadot. I can't.
That's what I was gonna say. As soon as I saw Gal Gadot, I forgot about her. I was just like, oh shoot.
Did you see Wonder Woman 84?
I wish I didn't.
I never went and saw it.
Yeah, spare yourself.
Yeah, I heard it and I saw what they were doing, and I was just like, come on, man.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's our Marvel reviews for tonight.
Yeah.
Someone says Taylor Lautner. You're close, but it wasn't Taylor Lautner. It was Taylor Kish. Is that the dude's name? Something like that? The John Carter Mars actor?
It wasn't Taylor Lautner?
No, that was the guy that was he was in those werewolf movies.
Oh, okay.
The vampire movies, and he was the werewolf guy, and those stupid vampire romance movies, and he was the werewolf dude. No, it was Taylor Kish or Kirsch or Taylor Kitsch. There it is.
Okay.
Once again, Louis Brightraven comes through with the pop culture knowledge. All right, I am almost done with this. And then we can wrap this weekend up.
There you go. Are you gonna put a halo around her?
Put a halo around her.
Yeah. Don't you do a
Yeah.
color?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just beefing up the line around her, and then and that'll be it. I used to, when I was living in Florida, became friends with guys at Yancey Street Comics because we would pass their comic shop. My son was taking karate lessons when we were there. And so we'd always drive by their place on the way to his karate lessons. So I got into a habit of on the way back, we'd stop in, see what they had, and got to know the guys and everything. And so Josh got really into HeroClix. And so he would go in there and play on Sunday afternoons. And they would go in the back, actually usually out in the back parking lot. They'd leave the door open, but they would go sit at the table out there on the back and play HeroClix. And I'd watch the front of the store, while they were back there playing. And so I wasn't just going to sit there. So I would do sketches like this that I could put on eBay and make a couple extra bucks, right?
Uh-huh.
And so I was constantly doing Emma Frost pieces because I knew I could get maximum coin for those.
Look at you, always hustling.
And for a while there, eBay was just if I needed a few $100 for anything, it's just spend an afternoon working on a piece and throw it up on eBay. I haven't done that in a long, long time because when I post stuff on Facebook, I usually find a buyer really quickly, and then I don't have to worry about, fees or anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like you get a list of convention. It's kind of or commissions, and you're like, well, I don't really need to just recreationally draw. I have all these commissions ready to be done anyway. So you have a buyer right there waiting already. So it's just finding the time to get the commission done.
Yeah.
And sadly, I have way too much free time on my hands these days, so I can do plenty of them. All right, so now she's looking good. So go ahead and get my warm number 3 here and do the halo effect. And I think we're putting people to bed on the East Coast. Our eyeballs are dropping like rocks at this point.
Yeah. They're like, hurry up.
Finish that stupid thing, then go to bed. Well, this has been a 5-hour live stream.
Wow.
Epic. And you came in 3 hours ago, probably. No. When did you come in?
At 5. So yeah.
Yeah. So 3 hours ago. No, you came in before 5. You were here at 4.
No, it was 5.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you've still been here for an epic long time, man.
Here to help a friend.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a lot easier talking with someone than it is talking to yourself.
Yep.
And they get 2 for the price of 1 on the drawing action.
There you go.
Oh, my marker's running out just in time. Talk about perfect timing. All righty. Let me sign this thing. All right, so there's David's Nightcrawler. I think he said he was asking around 3 for it. If you're interested, you can contact him. I'm sure he'll post it on Facebook as well. There's Oh, you won't?
I'll put it on Instagram.
There you go, on Instagram. There's my Emma Frost, the White Queen. I'm actually going to put a little glow around her hand that she has lifted up, but I'm not going to get up and go get the circle template right now, so I'll do it later. But anyway, that's pretty much it. So there you go. I'll switch the camera back up to my beautiful face so we can wrap this up. Yeah, man, I'm getting creepy with that. If I turn this light off, I'm going to go completely black. I think, no. All right. Just a little bit creepy, but that's all right. All right, everybody, thank you so much. You have been a participant in one of the greatest live stream events of all time that can only be called Aaron. And I appreciate everybody there are guys that have stuck with me all 3 days, that have been here like the whole con experience. And I appreciate you guys hanging in there. We've had great eyeballs on the whole show the whole time. It's really done well. I really appreciate it. Thank you to my guests. The Simonsons, of course, Dave Ulbrich last night, David Williams coming in strong at the end of the show to carry me over the finish line. I want to remind everybody really quickly that if you want this print, it's $30, $25 plus $5 shipping. You just go to PayPal, Aaron@AaronLopresti.com, send me the money, tell me what it's for, and give me your address, and you can get one of these. It closes tonight at midnight, so no orders on Monday. I won't be taking them. It'll be going to the printer. It's 18 by 14, basically. Big size print, very limited. So if you want to get one of those Justice League prints, do it today while there's before midnight. And I think that's about it. I've got 2 commissions I still didn't finish for the show that I have to get done, and I may live stream tomorrow morning. I may be right back here tomorrow morning getting those 2 done, but it'll be more of a business approach just to get the work done as opposed to cracking jokes and pushing buttons. So again, and also real quickly, if I may, as David said, get me out of here. That Ms. Marvel is still available for $200 if you're interested. That Man Thing's still available at $250 if you're interested. And then Iron Man is still available for $250 if you're interested. So you can contact me anytime. I'll probably put them up on Facebook too. See if we can find some buyers for those. But anyway, it's been a great time. I really enjoyed it. I'm completely exhausted, like I should be after a 3-day con. And but check me out in the Professionals Thursday night. It's game show night. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're doing comic book trivia, so that'll be a blast. And like I said, I may live stream tomorrow, and I'll certainly be back on Sunday for Aaron Live at 5:30. So again, if you haven't, one more thing, if you haven't liked and subscribed, please do that to the channel. I really appreciate it. We're trying to get those numbers up to 1,000, and then we're going to have a huge, huge party, which of course, David Williams, the coolest black man on earth, will be invited to once we hit that 1,000 mark. So keep all that stuff in mind. I appreciate everybody showing up, and I will say, as they say in Young Frankenstein, I will say good night.